Medieval dating apps. To all those valiant knights who've ever accidentally sent a love letter to the wrong maiden, and especially to those who've confused a catapult for a romantic gesture, this book is for you. May your quests for love be less fraught with peril, pestilence, and poorly aimed arrows than those documented herein. For the ladies who've endured serenades that strayed a little too close to the realm of the creepy, for those who've had to decipher cryptic love poems filled with more metaphors than sense, and to those who've been forced to endure the advances of overly enthusiastic and slightly smelly suitors. This is a testament to your enduring patience and your exceptional ability to spot a dragon from a mile away. This dedication extends further to the humble scribes who painstakingly transcribed centuries of romantic mishaps, the gossiping villagers who kept the flames of scandal burning bright, and the surprisingly insightful village idiot whose pronouncements, while often nonsensical, occasionally hinted at the truth of human folly. This work is also dedicated to the inventor of the printing press, for without such innovation, this tome of romantic ridiculousness would have remained a frustratingly handwritten manuscript, lost forever to the annals of history and the ravages of time, mildew, and stray rodent nibbling. Finally, and most importantly, this dedication is to my long-suffering cat, Mittens, who has patiently endured my countless hours of research and the mountain of discarded notes without ever once complaining. Though she may not understand the complexities of medieval courtship rituals, she instinctively grasps the concept of a good nap, a quality both essential and lacking in many of the characters chronicled within. May her purrs continue to fill my days with joy, and may her judgment be as sound as her hunting skills, which admittedly consist mostly of batting at dust bunnies, but still points for effort. Chapter 1. A Plague on Your Profile. The air hung thick and cloying, a miasma of death and desperation clinging to the cobbled streets of Oakhaven. The stench of decay, usually confined to the hastily dug mass graves outside the village walls, now permeated everything. The Black Death, that unwelcome houseguest, had settled in for a long stay. Yet, even amidst the plague's grim dance of mortality, love, in its infuriatingly persistent way, refused to be silenced. This was, after all, 1348, and while the Grim Reaper was knocking on every door, so too was Cupid, albeit with a rather less than romantic plague mask firmly affixed to his face. It was into this miasma of mortality and matchmaking that the matchmaker's scroll, a marvel of medieval engineering, albeit one crafted from repurposed parchment and powered by a surprisingly optimistic monk named Brother Bartholomew, was introduced. Imagine Tinder, but with fewer filters and significantly more bodily fluids. The scroll, essentially a large, meticulously organized ledger, listed potential partners with their attributes scrawled beneath their names. Think less, looking for someone who loves hiking and long walks on the beach, and more, skilled in falconry, immune to bubonic plague, possibly, and owns at least 3 sheep. Our first encounter is with Agnes, a village apothecary whose profile boasted an impressive knowledge of herbs and an even more impressive ability to identify the various stages of decomposition. Her profile picture, a rather hastily rendered watercolor portrait, depicted her holding a vial of suspiciously bright green liquid, a caption reading, "Expert in herbal remedies, including but not limited to cures for heartbreak, bad breath, and the plague. Results may vary." Agnes, a woman who viewed the romantic prospects of the matchmaker's scroll with a healthy dose of cynicism, Riley noted, "At least the competition's a bit thinner these days." Then there was Sir Reginald Strongforth, a knight whose profile picture depicted him astride a rather bedraggled pony, valiantly battling a particularly unimpressive-looking chicken. His profile read, "Experienced dragon slayer, though mostly small lizards, proficient in swordsmanship, looking for a lady who appreciates a good roast boar and understands the complexities of siege warfare." Sir Reginald, despite his impressive battle-honed muscles, possessed the emotional range of a particularly stoic garden gnome. His attempts at virtual courtship consisted mainly of sending cryptic messages concerning the latest developments in his ongoing feud with the neighboring baron. Meanwhile, Lady Beatrice de Beaumont, a woman whose lineage traced back to a surprisingly long list of questionable ancestors, sought a partner whose profile suggested a refined taste and a firm understanding of courtly love. Her ideal was a knight who, instead of boasting about slaying dragons, could wax lyrical about the finer points of illuminated manuscripts or the various techniques of pleating a surcoat. Sadly, the matchmaker's scroll had other plans. Her algorithm, overseen by the aforementioned Brother Bartholomew, whose knowledge of astrological signs clashed wildly with his rudimentary understanding of human psychology, presented her with a series of suitors whose only commonality was a profound lack of hygiene and a disturbing fascination with pig farming. The scroll's algorithm, fueled by Brother Bartholomew's increasingly erratic predictions based on the position of the stars and the number of freckles on the suitor's hands, resulted in a series of mismatched couples. One such pairing involved a particularly boisterous blacksmith, whose love notes mainly consisted of crude limericks concerning the properties of various metals, and a quiet scholar who felt decidedly underwhelmed by such advances. Another involved a renowned weaver, whose carefully crafted tapestry-like messages were routinely misinterpreted by a knight who spent more time on the battlefield than in the library, leading to increasingly confused and occasionally violent exchanges. In the spam, the medieval spam, a traveling salesman named Bartholomew, unrelated to the monk, a fact causing significant confusion among the users of the scroll, flooded the app with promises of miracle love potions, guaranteed dragon-slaying services, and an endless supply of perfectly ripe figs. His profile picture was a blurry drawing of a particularly rotund man holding a suspiciously dubious vial, creating a level of suspicion among users, though some were undeniably tempted. The challenges of finding love in a plague-ridden village using a dating app constructed from sheepskin and powered by questionable astrology proved to be, unsurprisingly, immense. The lack of proper sanitation, coupled with the app's inherent flaws. Let's not forget Brother Bartholomew's penchant for adding extra astrological symbols that seemed to interfere with matchmaking logic, was not conducive to smooth, romantic interactions. Lady Beatrice, in a particularly dramatic scene involving a near miss with a plague cart and a rogue chicken, finally managed to exchange a message with a similarly refined scholar. But their initial attempt at communication was cut short by a torrential downpour, which promptly flooded Brother Bartholomew's makeshift server, a rather damp cave, effectively erasing the message and introducing a new layer of chaos into the already precarious situation. Even Sir Reginald, despite his lack of emotional intelligence, found himself surprisingly affected by the events unfolding on the matchmaker's scroll. He wrote a long poem concerning the fleeting nature of love during a plague, though its multiple metaphors regarding sieges, battering rams, and the strategic deployment of manure proved less romantic and more confusing than intended. Agnes, ever the pragmatist, continued to make use of the matchmaker's scroll. She, however, employed a highly unorthodox approach, using her extensive knowledge of herbs to subtly influence the algorithm by discreetly slipping strategically placed herbs with various aphrodisiac properties, with results that ranged from mildly stimulating to alarmingly unpredictable into the monk's monastic brew. The matchmaker's scroll, in its clumsy and chaotic way, reflected the very essence of the time, a mixture of despair and hope, death and life, all woven together in a tapestry as vibrant and unpredictable as the plague itself. The absurdity of it all, however, was not lost on its users. Even amidst the grim realities of the Black Death, humanity's never-ending quest for connection and its inherent propensity for comedic misfortune found an ideal playground in the form of a sheepskin-based dating app and a slightly unhinged monk. The crafting of a profile on the matchmaker's scroll was no simple task. It required a delicate balance of self-promotion and subtle deception, a skill honed over centuries of courtly intrigue and village gossip. Sir Reginald Strongforth, for instance, found himself wrestling not with dragons, but with the limitations of the scroll's rudimentary text-based interface. His initial attempt, a boastful declaration of his prowess in slaying fearsome beasts and vanquishing wicked sorcerers, was deemed too vague. Brother Bartholomew, the scroll's eccentric curator, suggested adding quantifiable achievements. Sir Reginald, after much deliberation and several near misses with his own quill, produced a revised profile. It read, "Renowned Knight, vanquisher of 7 small dragons, 5 medium-sized goblins, and 1 particularly aggressive badger, proficient in siege warfare, though mostly involving minor squabbles over grazing rights. Seeks a lady who appreciates a good roast boar and a well-timed siege tower." The addition of the badger, he felt, added a touch of necessary grit. The minor squabbles, however, proved a point of contention with Brother Bartholomew, who insisted on replacing them with more valiant descriptions. The ensuing argument, a heated exchange involving several misplaced commas and an almost dropped quill, delayed the launch of Sir Reginald's profile for several days, thereby missing the peak online activity hours, which apparently occurred between the hours of noon and the onset of the afternoon plague-induced naps. Lady Beatrice de Beaumont faced a different set of challenges. Her lineage, while impressive on paper and parchment in this case, was slightly marred by a succession of ancestors whose contributions to society mostly consisted of petty squabbles, disastrous alliances, and an unnerving fondness for tax evasion. To avoid tarnishing her profile with these unfortunate familial details, she opted for a carefully crafted description that emphasized her refined tastes and intellectual pursuits. Adept in the arts of courtly dance and embroidery, possessed of a keen intellect and an appreciation for illuminated manuscripts. It read. She added a subtle reference to her collection of rare botanical illustrations, hoping to attract a gentleman of similar refined sensibilities. Brother Bartholomew, however, misinterpreted her use of the word rare and categorized her as a collector of unusual mushrooms, a label that attracted a string of rather eccentric suitors with a penchant for fungi. Agnes, the apothecary, adopted a more pragmatic approach. Her profile, while accurately reflecting her expertise in herbal remedies, hinted at additional, possibly less than medicinal skills. Proficient in the arts of healing, both physical and emotional, it stated, adding a subtly suggestive image of a glowing vial, the contents of which were left entirely to the viewer's imagination. Her use of ambiguity was intended to attract a broader range of suitors, while leaving enough room for some healthy flirtation. She strategically placed her profile amidst a sea of more conventional offerings. The placement, a skill requiring both mathematical precision and an intimate understanding of the scroll's layout, ensured that her profile received maximum exposure, avoiding the low-traffic areas often occupied by profiles with slightly questionable hygiene and a high probability of disease transmission. The men's profiles, however, presented a somewhat different picture. They reflected the prevailing societal norms and the often limited expectations of male suitors. Many boasted of their physical prowess and military achievements, often embellished with a generous helping of hyperbole. One particularly ambitious suitor claimed to have single-handedly repelled an entire Mongol horde, a rather unlikely feat considering Oak Haven's geographic location, while another described his expertise in jousting with excessive detail, even providing a graphic description of his favorite lance. Brother Bartholomew, though often overwhelmed by the sheer number of profiles, meticulously documented these claims, occasionally adding his own cryptic commentary in the margins, noting such gems as suspicious lack of battle scars or highly improbable claim regarding the size of the defeated dragon. The women's profiles, in contrast, leaned toward showcasing their domestic skills and intellectual pursuits. Many emphasized their proficiency in weaving, embroidery, and other household arts. A particularly articulate lady advertised her expertise in baking, adding a detail regarding her famous plum cake that had allegedly caused an entire village to fall deeply in love. This claim, whilst romantic, raised concerns amongst Brother Bartholomew's more observant assistants, who questioned the nature of the alleged enchantment. This plum cake became a subject of much speculation and a series of unsuccessful attempts to replicate it by various competitors, attempting to elevate their own profile standings. Despite the apparent differences, however, a common thread ran through all the profiles: a desperate yearning for companionship, a desire for connection that transcended the grim realities of the plague. Even amidst the stench of death and the constant threat of disease, the human heart, much like a persistent weed pushing through cracked pavement, found a way to express itself, albeit through the clumsy medium of a medieval dating app powered by a somewhat erratic monk and powered by a rather unreliable algorithm. The profiles, in their own way, reflected the societal structure of the time. Men boasted of their strength and military prowess, Women emphasized their domestic skills and intellectual prowess. But there were exceptions, of course. Agnes, with her unconventional profile, stood out from the crowd, defying expectations and showcasing a level of wit and self-awareness that many of her peers lacked. Similarly, Lady Beatrice, while adhering to certain societal norms, demonstrated an independence of thought that hinted at a rebellious spirit, cleverly using the system to her advantage. The creation of the profiles, then, wasn't just a matter of filling out a form. It was a performance, a carefully crafted presentation of self intended to attract the attention of potential partners in a world that offered little certainty beyond the ever-present threat of disease and death. It was a testament to the enduring human need for connection, even in the most unlikely of circumstances, a need that transcended even the most potent of plague miasmas. The matchmaker's scroll, with all its flaws and idiosyncrasies, became a mirror reflecting the complexities of medieval society, its ambitions, its anxieties, and its surprisingly resilient sense of humor. It was, after all, a testament to humanity's ability to find love, or at least a good laugh, even in the face of impending doom. And somewhere, in the damp cave that served as the scroll's server, Brother Bartholomew continued to adjust the stars and tweak the algorithm, his faith in the power of astrology unwavering, his understanding of human behavior, however, remaining somewhat lacking. The first messages arrived like missives from a distant land, their meanings obscured by archaic language and wildly differing interpretations. Sir Reginald, brimming with misplaced confidence after Brother Bartholomew had finally approved his slightly less boastful profile, sent Lady Beatrice a carefully crafted sonnet expressing his admiration for her keen intellect and appreciation for illuminated manuscripts. He envisioned a romantic exchange, a blossoming of intellectual sparks across the digital divide. What he received in return was a curt, almost dismissive response. Sir Reginald, while I appreciate your verse, I find the reference to vanquishing badgers somewhat less than chivalrous. Do you own a loom? Sir Reginald was dumbfounded. Badgers? Looms? Had his carefully crafted profile been misinterpreted? He reread his own entry, then hers, then reread his own again, muttering to himself, vanquishing badgers, a perfectly acceptable measure of bravery, I say. He then spent the next hour consulting his rather dusty copy of Courtly Love for Dummies, a surprisingly modern-sounding title for such an ancient text, trying to decipher Lady Beatrice's cryptic response. The book, unfortunately, offered little guidance on the proper etiquette of digital communication, focusing instead on the intricacies of gift-giving and the acceptable levels of sighing during a moonlit serenade. Meanwhile, Lady Beatrice, having already dismissed Sir Reginald as a somewhat uncouth brute, prepared for her date with a blacksmith named Cuthbert, whose profile had promised strength, honesty, and the finest hand-forged jewelry this side of the Rhine. She'd envisioned a ruggedly handsome man with calloused hands that spoke of hard work and a heart of gold. What she encountered instead was a burly fellow whose idea of courtly love involved repeatedly flexing his biceps and offering her a rather crudely made iron bracelet that looked suspiciously like a medieval version of a bike lock. Their conversation was a series of awkward silences and painful misunderstandings. Lady Beatrice attempted to engage him in a discussion of the latest philosophical treatises, while Cuthbert regaled her with tales of his most recent exploits in the forge, involving molten metal and surprisingly aggressive bellows. He misinterpreted her polite demurral to his tales of tempering steel as a sign of disinterest, mistaking her intellectual discourse as an insult to his work ethic. He even went so far as to show her his prized possessions, a collection of oddly shaped metal tools that, according to him, were his best artistic creations. Lady Beatrice, having seen his masterpiece, a rusty horseshoe, admittedly, more impressive than the previous ones, couldn't help but think that her profile's reference to rare botanical illustrations had been tragically misconstrued. Their date concluded with Cuthbert clumsily attempting a rather aggressive form of a medieval curtsy and an awkward exchange of goodbyes that involved more metal clanging and an almost dropped hammer. Lady Beatrice, defeated and slightly bruised, vowed to be more discerning in her future selections, perhaps adding a must appreciate intellectual discourse and not possess an anvil collection as a requisite requirement in her revised profile. She considered adding must not associate courtly love with biceps displays, but decided that might be a bit harsh, perhaps even unchivalrous. Agnes, the apothecary, fared somewhat better. Her ambiguous profile had attracted a variety of suitors, each with his own unique interpretation of her physical and emotional healing skills. One gentleman, a surprisingly refined scholar named Giles, saw her profile and was intrigued by the veiled suggestion of unconventional remedies. He wrote her a lengthy message, filled with learned references to ancient alchemical texts. Their digital courtship involved intellectual sparring, a playful exchange of cryptic messages, and a shared passion for rare herbs and an even rarer manuscripts. Their first encounter, however, involved an unfortunate incident with a particularly potent concoction, a love potion that went horribly wrong, resulting in a series of unfortunate side effects involving uncontrollable laughter and an unusual fondness for dancing on tables. Another suitor, a pompous nobleman named Lord Percival, clearly misinterpreted Agnes's subtle hints, viewing her profile as an invitation to something far more carnal. His initial message, a string of overly suggestive emojis that Brother Bartholomew promptly flagged as inappropriate, ended with a request for a private audience at your earliest convenience. Agnes, ever the pragmatist, politely declined, suggesting that his advances were far too forward and that perhaps he might benefit from an extensive course in herbal tea-based relaxation techniques. Lord Percival, offended by her rejection and baffled by her unconventional methods of calming his nerves, threatened to report her to the ecclesiastical authorities for distributing suspect potions, adding that they would make certain she'd never find love. Even Brother Bartholomew, the curator of the matchmaker's scroll, wasn't immune to the chaos of early digital dating. His profile, a rather eccentric mix of astrological predictions and vaguely worded promises of spiritual enlightenment, had attracted a series of equally eccentric suitors, including a woman who claimed to communicate with squirrels and a traveling bard with an unfortunate habit of composing overly long ballads about Brother Bartholomew's eyebrows. His attempts at online courtship were frequently interrupted by technical glitches and the occasional plague-induced coughing fit. The first encounters, therefore, were a comedy of errors, a tapestry woven from misunderstandings and crossed signals. The characters struggled to navigate the complexities of digital communication, their expectations often clashing with the realities of medieval life. Yet, even amidst the confusion and chaos, a glimmer of hope remained. The matchmaker's scroll, despite its flaws and limitations, had brought these disparate individuals together, offering a chance at connection in a world that offered little certainty beyond the ever-present threat of plague and the unpredictability of medieval romance. The miscommunications were not just hilarious, they were a reflection of the societal structures and communication gaps that made finding love in the Middle Ages, even with the help of a dating app, a profoundly difficult yet endearingly absurd undertaking. The journey of love, it seemed, was even more perilous than jousting tournaments or dragon-slaying quests, and the laughs, well, they were certainly as plentiful as the plague rats. The matchmaker's scroll, despite Brother Bartholomew's best intentions and questionable understanding of algorithms, was proving to be less a sophisticated matchmaking tool and more a chaotic, medieval Rube Goldberg machine. Its algorithm, a perplexing blend of astrological charts, personality assessments based on preferred livestock, apparently a fondness for pygmy goats, indicated a romantic soul, while an affection for warthogs suggested a more pragmatic approach to love. An entirely random number generation yielded results that were, to put it mildly, unexpected. Take, for instance, the pairing of Ilara, a renowned falconer with a reputation for breathtaking aerial displays and a profound distaste for anything remotely resembling small talk, and Edgar, a humble cheesemaker whose greatest ambition was to perfect the art of camembert, and whose conversational skills were best described as curdled. The algorithm, in its infinite wisdom, or perhaps infinite lack thereof, had decided that Ilara's fierce independence and Edgar's unwavering dedication to his craft were a match made in heaven, or at least a match made in the surprisingly cramped confines of Brother Bartholomew's scriptorium. Their first message exchange was a masterpiece of miscommunication. Ilara, accustomed to the terse, practical communications of the falconing world, sent Edgar a single word: mold. Edgar, interpreting this as a query about the precise humidity levels required for optimal cheese maturation, responded with a detailed treatise on the intricacies of cheese ripening, including diagrams and a rather lengthy discussion of the merits of different types of rennet. Ilara, meanwhile, was utterly baffled. Mold, she had meant as an inquiry about the condition of his beard. The potential for romance, it appeared, was melting faster than a poorly stored cheddar in the summer heat. Then there was the case of Sir Gareth, a knight famed for his unwavering loyalty and his remarkably unfortunate habit of tripping over his own feet during jousting tournaments, and Isolde, a weaver known for her intricate tapestries and her remarkable talent for identifying poisonous mushrooms with a single glance. The algorithm, apparently mistaking Sir Gareth's clumsiness for a charmingly awkward demeanor and Isolde's mushroom identification skills for a deep understanding of the complexities of human relationships, deemed them an ideal pair. Their first date, arranged at the local tavern, was a disaster of epic proportions. Sir Gareth, determined to impress Isolde, attempted a daring feat of acrobatics, resulting in a spectacular fall into a tankard of ale, followed by a series of increasingly inebriated apologies. Isolde, meanwhile, spent the evening patiently explaining the nuances of mushroom toxicity, a topic that proved less than captivating to a knight whose primary concern was avoiding further spills and maintaining some semblance of dignity. Their attempts at conversation consisted mainly of Sir Gareth's increasingly incoherent pronouncements on the virtues of sturdy footwear and Isolde's detailed descriptions of various fungal species, a mismatch as aesthetically pleasing as a battlefield strewn with discarded socks. Brother Bartholomew, meanwhile, remained blissfully unaware of the havoc his algorithm was wreaking. He attributed any failures to celestial misalignments or unforeseen karmic imbalances, occasionally blaming a mischievous sprite he suspected of tampering with his abacus. He'd even added a new feature, a random act of kindness generator that occasionally sent users on unexpected errands, like delivering a basket of turnips to a grumpy hermit or fetching a lost kitten from a particularly thorny blackberry bush. This feature, understandably, didn't improve the app's success rate, resulting in further exasperated messages from its users, all complaining of the app's bizarre quirks. One user, a rather exasperated lady-in-waiting named Guinevere, reported a particularly frustrating instance. The algorithm, inexplicably, had paired her with a goose, not a metaphorical goose, a literal goose belonging to a neighboring farmer. The goose, apparently, had a profile created by the farmer's mischievous son. The interaction ended rather abruptly when the goose pecked her finger. Another amusing anecdote was of a knight who insisted he had a deep connection with a rather aggressive badger. He claimed the algorithm connected them due to their shared love of honey and the earthy smells. Needless to say, the resulting date was not a success. Meanwhile, the algorithm continued to churn out its bizarre pairings. A blacksmith was matched with a librarian who had a fascination with anvils. A royal scribe was paired with a chimney sweep who had aspirations to write poetry. A tapestry weaver was connected to a knight who was known for his terrible singing but impeccable mustache waxing skills. The absurdities were endless, a testament to the unpredictable nature of both medieval life and a badly programmed medieval dating app. The sheer unpredictability of the algorithm, fueled by Brother Bartholomew's seemingly random inputs and the occasional mystical intervention of what he vaguely referred to as the cosmic energies, added a layer of unpredictable chaos to the already tumultuous world of medieval romance. One could almost say it was a metaphor for life itself, full of unexpected twists, turns, and the occasional encounter with a surprisingly aggressive goose. And so, the saga of the matchmaker's scroll continued, a tale woven from the threads of misunderstanding, misinterpretations, and a generous helping of medieval mayhem. It was a story as chaotic as a battlefield, as unpredictable as a thunderstorm, and as utterly absurd as the very notion of a medieval dating app in the first place. But beneath the surface of the comical chaos, a certain charm persisted. The app, in its flawed glory, offered a glimpse into the universal desire for connection even amidst the most unlikely of circumstances. After all, even in a time of plague, poverty, and the constant threat of sudden death, the human heart, like a tenacious weed pushing through cracked paving stones, still yearned for love, and the matchmaker's scroll, despite its many quirks, was a testament to that enduring yearning, albeit a hilariously messy one. Even Brother Bartholomew, amidst his astrological charts and his ever-increasing pile of user complaints, seemed to find a certain perverse satisfaction in the chaotic results of his creation. After all, wasn't life itself a bit of a cosmic joke? And wasn't a little chaos, even in matters of the heart, precisely what made it interesting? The answer, according to Brother Bartholomew, was a resounding yes, punctuated by a hearty cough and a muttered incantation about aligning the planets. The arrival of the spam messages was as subtle as a charging rhinoceros, or perhaps more accurately, as subtle as a particularly boisterous town crier announcing a particularly underwhelming tax increase. One moment, users were wrestling with the matchmaker's scroll's bizarre pairings, Sir Reginald the slightly nearsighted knight, matched with Agnes the goat herder, whose primary conversational topic revolved around the merits of different milking techniques. And the next, their inboxes were inundated with a deluge of promises so ludicrous they bordered on the fantastical. The culprit was a certain Reginald Reggie Bottomley, a self-proclaimed purveyor of fine opportunities, and judging by the sheer volume of his messages, a man with an unhealthy obsession with the copy-paste function. His messages promised everything from untold riches hidden in forgotten crypts, with detailed maps, naturally available for a small fee, payable in gold preferably, to eternal love with a princess, whose existence was entirely unsubstantiated. But hey, what's a little fib between potential suitors? He even offered a guaranteed path to knighthood, involving a surprisingly inexpensive set of tin armor and a conveniently located knighting ceremony held in the back of a suspiciously smelling caravan. Isolde, the mushroom expert weaver, received a message promising a life of luxury alongside Reggie himself, complete with access to the world's finest cheeses, a detail that, to her credit, she found slightly more believable than the princess. However, her skepticism was quickly piqued upon discovering that Reggie's definition of fine cheeses was limited to those that contained a high percentage of mold. Sir Gareth, still nursing his bruised ego from his ale-induced tumble at the tavern, was bombarded with promises of a magical potion that would cure his clumsiness. This, Reggie claimed, would transform him from a knight who tripped over his own feet into a knight who would dance so flawlessly that he'd be a match for any ballroom or battlefield. The potion, of course, came with a hefty price tag. Sir Gareth, ever the optimist, or perhaps simply desperate to avoid future tavern mishaps, was considering investing his entire savings, ignoring the somewhat pungent aroma wafting from Reggie's promotional pamphlets. Galara, the falconer, received a message promising the training of a magnificent peregrine falcon capable of hunting even the most elusive dragons. However, she was not fooled by the obvious misdirection. She replied with a single word: pigeons? The implied accusation that the promised bird was likely more pigeon than peregrine struck a chord, leading to the abrupt cessation of Reggie's attempts to scam her. Reggie's messages were a masterpiece of medieval marketing malarkey. He employed all the classic spam tactics: urgent appeals, act now, before this amazing opportunity vanishes, blatant exaggerations, become impossibly rich overnight, and cleverly disguised sales pitches, just a small investment for a lifetime of happiness. It was a truly remarkable display of pseudoscientific gibberish, astrological pronouncements, and blatant emotional manipulation. The fact that he somehow managed to navigate the complexities of Brother Bartholomew's rudimentary algorithm was in itself a minor miracle. But Reggie wasn't the only purveyor of dubious goods on the matchmaker's scroll. A mysterious traveling salesman, known only as Silas the Smooth, began hawking his miraculous love potions, concoctions that purportedly guaranteed romantic success. Silas, a man whose charm was as potent and possibly as questionable as his potions, claimed that his elixir would transform any user into an irresistible romantic magnet. His potions ingredients list, however, was frustratingly vague. He did specify that the more potent blends involved certain quantities of rare herbs, a pinch of pixie dust, which he seemed to keep rather loosely tucked in his voluminous coat pockets, and, rather disconcertingly, a single tear of a lovesick unicorn. His advertisements, plastered across the scroll, depicted a series of cartoonishly happy couples, all conspicuously embracing, despite the apparent absence of any discernible facial features. These adverts, filled with suggestive imagery and deliberately ambiguous wording, appealed to the same human desires that make modern dating app scams effective. The popularity of Silas's potions, despite their questionable ingredients and even more questionable efficacy, became another layer of comical chaos on the already unpredictable app. Many users, desperate for love or simply curious, fell prey to his charms and bought his wares, resulting in a series of humorous mishaps. Sir Reginald, having already experienced enough misadventures, tried Silas's most potent brew. The result, a sudden and overwhelming urge to sing opera in a particularly high-pitched voice, a development that horrified his neighbor and made him the target of several rather unpleasant tomatoes. Agnes the goat herder, having consumed a less potent mixture, reported nothing but an alarming increase in the number of goats who seemed inexplicably attracted to her. Even Brother Bartholomew, ever the optimist, or perhaps simply oblivious, claimed that Silas's potions were a manifestation of the cosmic energies. He even claimed to receive a secret message from the heavens, suggesting he was in a partnership with Silas, further contributing to the app's chaotic state. And while most users were highly skeptical, many still bought Silas's potions, hoping to find their soulmate, or at least a goat herder who could appreciate their love of opera. The interplay between Reggie's relentless spamming and Silas's magical concoctions created a surreal and hilarious subplot within the already chaotic world of the matchmaker's scroll. It served as a satirical reflection of the many scams and dubious promises that plague modern online dating, highlighting the ever-present human desire for connection and the lengths people will go to achieve it, even when those lengths involve dubious potions and promises of riches found in forgotten crypts. The chaos, it seemed, was only adding to the already rich tapestry of medieval dating misadventures. And as the users continued to navigate this absurd landscape, the laughter and the occasional goat echoed throughout the land. The sheer number of bizarre pairings, questionable potions, and the ever-present shadow of Reginald Reggie Bottomley only made it more apparent how absurd, yet charmingly human, the pursuit of love truly was, even in the most chaotic circumstances. And as always, Brother Bartholomew was either blissfully unaware of the mayhem he had unwittingly unleashed, or, if truth be told, secretly delighted by the cosmic absurdity of it all. After all, weren't the stars always in alignment for a good laugh? In Chapter 2, Jousting for Attention, the village of Oakhaven hummed with a nervous energy, a palpable buzz that vibrated through the cobblestone streets and into the very marrow of its inhabitants. The annual jousting tournament of tenders was upon them, a spectacle as much about showcasing martial prowess as it was about finding a suitable spouse. This wasn't your average medieval sporting event. It was a carefully orchestrated ballet of brute force and romantic desperation, a bizarre blend of chivalry and desperation played out under the watchful eyes of gossiping villagers and hopeful mothers. Sir Reginald, the slightly nearsighted, still recovering from his opera-induced vocal trauma, courtesy of Silas's love potion, adjusted his helmet, a nervous tremor in his hand. His visor was slightly askew, a detail that would likely go unnoticed amid the clash of steel and the thunder of hooves, but one that nonetheless contributed to his overall feeling of impending doom. He'd spent the last week practicing his lance technique, though his efforts were mostly hampered by an unfortunate encounter with a particularly aggressive goose, resulting in a bruised shin and a significantly dented helmet. His matchmaker's scroll profile, which boasted of unparalleled bravery and a surprisingly deft touch with embroidery, the latter skill primarily honed through patching his own constantly torn garments, had garnered surprisingly little attention. The jousting tournament, he hoped, would be his nightly equivalent of a swipe right. Meanwhile, Agnes the goat herder, sporting a surprisingly elegant gown, fashioned from some very fine, though admittedly somewhat goat hair-infused material, observed the proceedings with a discerning eye. Silas's love potion, though having increased her goat's affection, had done little to improve her luck in the romantic department. The goats, she'd discovered, were utterly uninterested in the knights, preferring instead to nibble on the tournament banners. Her own hopes rested less on the chivalrous displays of valor and more on the quality of the post-tournament mead. Rumor had it that the tavern's new brew was particularly potent, and after all, a shared drink could be as effective a courtship ritual as a flawlessly executed lance thrust. Isolde, our mushroom expert, approached the tournament with a scientist's detached curiosity. She devised a complex system for ranking the knights based on their agility, accuracy, and the overall quality of their armor. She had even devised a point system for the romantic potential of their shouts of war cries, considering the nuances of vocal timbre and the overall passion expressed. Isolde was, to put it mildly, overprepared. She carried a notebook, several sharpened pencils, and a meticulously crafted chart detailing the relative merits of various types of medieval helmet designs, their effectiveness against blunt force trauma, and their suitability for holding flowers. Sir Gareth, still determined to conquer his clumsiness, had been taking intensive lessons from a traveling jester who'd promised to transform him into a graceful, dancing knight. The jester's techniques involved a lot of flailing, tripping, and surprisingly effective juggling. But thus far, Gareth's progress was more tumble than triumph. His dreams of a perfectly executed joust, filled with grace, speed, and perfect control, were quickly turning into a nightmare of bruised knees and fractured pride. The tournament itself was a chaotic spectacle. Knights, fueled by a potent mixture of adrenaline and ambition, charged across the field, their lances held high. The clash of steel rang out, punctuated by the occasional yelp of surprise or pain as a knight took a particularly unlucky tumble. The crowd roared with each successful strike, but the roaring was often drowned out by the bleating of Agnes's very vocal goats, who seemed to be conducting their own commentary on the proceedings. The romantic undercurrent, however, was far more subtle, a delicate dance of glances, shy smiles, and furtive flower tossings. Sir Reginald, in a moment of unexpected bravery, or perhaps sheer desperation, managed to execute a passable joust, though he did narrowly miss colliding with a passing donkey cart filled with very disgruntled cabbage. This near miss, however, caught the attention of Isolde, who found his clumsiness oddly endearing. His subsequent attempt at a romantic gesture, a rather limp flower offered with a slightly off-key compliment about her exceptional analytical skills, was equally endearingly clumsy. Sir Gareth, despite his best efforts, continued to trip over his own feet, providing much amusement to the crowd and much chagrin to himself. However, his persistence and the way he gamely bounced back from each fall somehow charmed Ilara, the falconer. She admired his tenacity, though she wondered if he could handle a falcon with the same grace he handled a horse. Agnes, fueled by strong mead and the unwavering support of her ever-present goats, found herself unexpectedly drawn into a conversation with a surprisingly kind and gentle blacksmith, whose hands, though calloused, had a surprising delicacy when crafting her a miniature goat-shaped horseshoe. The blacksmith, it seemed, had an appreciation for the finer things in life, specifically the finer things related to the culinary arts of goat cheese. A surprising match, but one nonetheless forged in the unlikely crucible of the jousting tournament. Brother Bartholomew, ever keen to find a cosmic significance in everything, declared the tournament a celestial alignment of romantic energies, a declaration met with a mixture of amusement and skepticism. He was particularly fascinated by the way the goats seemed to be predicting the outcome of each joust, a phenomenon he attributed to their intuitive connection to the Earth's magnetic field. As the sun set, casting long shadows across the tournament field, the air buzzed with a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration. The knights, bruised and battered, but brimming with a strange sense of accomplishment, sought out their chosen ladies, or in some cases, their chosen goats. The matchmaker's scroll, it seemed, was only a small part of the medieval dating game, a game played out with lances, goats, questionable potions, and more than a little bit of clumsy, charming, chaotic romance. The pursuit of love, it turns out, was a universal experience, and one that even the most chaotic of medieval settings couldn't quite tame. The evening concluded with a celebratory feast, where the true winners were not necessarily those who had won the joust, but those who had found a connection, however unconventional, however goat-related, in the heart of the tournament. And as always, Brother Bartholomew claimed he saw a particularly auspicious constellation directly above Agnes and the blacksmith, further confirming the cosmic legitimacy of their unlikely romance. The Tournament of Tenders, like all good medieval events, concluded with much merriment, much mead, and an unusual number of goats strategically placed amongst the couples. The true tale of medieval dating, it seemed, was far more whimsical, surprising, and hilarious than anyone could have imagined. The aftermath of the jousting tournament was a curious blend of bruised egos and burgeoning affections. Sir Reginald, despite his near miss with the cabbage-laden donkey cart, found himself surprisingly popular, not for his jousting skills, which were, let's be honest, underwhelming, but for his endearing clumsiness. Isolde, whose meticulous charts and analytical prowess had initially seemed to exclude him from her affections, found his awkward attempts at romantic gestures surprisingly charming. His declaration that her exceptional analytical skills were only surpassed by the brilliance of her eyes, a line clearly cribbed from a rather dog-eared romance novel he'd found tucked away in the village library, while somewhat cliched, managed to cut through the scholarly facade and reach her heart, or at least a part of her heart that wasn't currently occupied by intricate calculations on the aerodynamic properties of a medieval lance. Meanwhile, the much-anticipated display of courtly love proved to be far more anticlimactic than anticipated. Lady Beatrice, renowned throughout the region for her supposed adherence to the purest ideals of courtly love, spent most of the post-tournament feast engrossed in a heated debate with a traveling merchant over the precise cost of saffron. Her meticulously crafted sonnet, supposedly dedicated to the victor of the joust, a surprisingly dull knight named Sir Baldwin, lay forgotten on a nearby table, gathering dust and the occasional stray crumb of bread. Apparently, even the most ardent devotees of courtly love had their limits, particularly when confronted with the complexities of medieval bartering. Agnes, however, was living the romantic dream, albeit a somewhat unorthodox one. Her burgeoning relationship with the blacksmith, forged in the shared appreciation of goat cheese, progressed at a surprisingly rapid pace. The blacksmith, whose name was surprisingly mundane, Thomas, seemed utterly captivated by Agnes's unconventional wisdom and her ability to converse intelligently about both goat husbandry and the latest developments in cheese-making technology. Their conversations, fueled by strong ale and even stronger goat cheese, were the stuff of legends, or at least the stuff of wildly exaggerated tavern gossip. Thomas's gift of a miniature goat-shaped horseshoe proved to be a more effective romantic gesture than any elaborate display of courtly love, a fact noted with amused interest by Isolde, who added it to her ongoing research into the effectiveness of various courtship strategies. Sir Gareth, despite his continued clumsiness, he'd managed to trip over a stray dog, a potted plant, and a rather unfortunate pile of manure during the post-tournament celebrations, was unexpectedly charming in his persistence. Gilara the falconer found his unwavering spirit endearing. His clumsy attempts to woo her with a poorly executed falconry impression involving a lot of flapping and squawking were somehow more entertaining than offensive. She found his genuine enthusiasm and optimistic nature more appealing than any grandiose display of chivalry, a testament to the fact that genuine sincerity could often transcend even the most elaborate romantic gestures. The contrast between the idealized courtly love and the somewhat crude reality of medieval romance was a recurring theme of the evening. While the knights performed elaborate and often disastrous displays of chivalry, the ladies often found themselves far more impressed by genuine acts of kindness, unexpected humor, or a shared appreciation of fine goat cheese. The tournament had inadvertently served as a social experiment, proving that true connection often bypassed the expected pathways of courtly etiquette. Brother Bartholomew, ever the philosophical observer, attempted to weave a grand narrative around the events of the evening. He declared the unexpected romantic pairings as evidence of a cosmic dance of destiny, a theory he supported with an elaborate, if somewhat nonsensical, explanation involving planetary alignments and the migratory patterns of geese. His attempts to connect the success of Agnes and Thomas's relationship to the position of Jupiter in the night sky, however, were met with polite yawns from most attendees. One particularly humorous incident involved Sir Reginald's attempt to woo Isolde with a bouquet of wildflowers. He'd carefully selected the flowers, consulting Isolde's own detailed botanical notes, a detail he'd conveniently overlooked until now. However, upon approaching her, he tripped over a loose cobblestone, scattering his carefully arranged bouquet across the muddy ground. Instead of being mortified, Isolde burst into laughter, finding the scene undeniably charming. She helped him gather the flowers, their laughter echoing amidst the background hum of conversation and the clinking of mugs. The evening's events challenged the very notion of courtly love as the singular pathway to romance. The ladies, in defiance of expectation, found themselves more drawn to genuine kindness and unexpected humor. The clumsy gestures, the unintended falls, and the awkward conversations somehow resonated more authentically than the staged displays of chivalry. The crude reality of medieval life, with its unpredictable events and chaotic social dynamics, unexpectedly provided a fertile ground for unconventional and often hilarious romantic connections. The Tournament of Tenders, therefore, was not merely a jousting competition, but a testament to the enduring power of human connection. Even amidst the chaos, the clumsiness, and the occasional goat-related incident, the unexpected pairings that emerged from the tournament challenged preconceived notions of medieval romance. Isolde, the meticulous scientist, found herself drawn to the endearingly clumsy Sir Reginald, while Ilara, the independent falconer, admired the unwavering optimism of the perpetually tripping Sir Gareth. Agnes's relationship with the blacksmith, forged in a mutual love of goat cheese, highlighted the possibility of finding unexpected connections outside the traditional structures of courtly love. The overall effect of this juxtaposition of courtly ideals and actual courtship behavior was nothing short of hilarious. The grand gestures of chivalry were consistently undercut by the far more relatable reality of clumsy attempts at romance and surprising connections formed in the most unexpected ways. The scene offered a sharp contrast between the idealized image of courtly love, often presented in literature, and the often chaotic and hilarious reality of finding love in the Middle Ages. As the night progressed, the lines between courtly love and crude reality blurred further. The potent mead, the lively conversation, and the general celebratory atmosphere fostered a sense of camaraderie that extended beyond the romantic entanglements. The knights, initially rivals in the jousting tournament, found themselves sharing stories and laughter, their initial competitiveness giving way to a shared sense of accomplishment and camaraderie. The success of the unexpected pairings, rather than undermining the concept of courtly love, highlighted the fact that genuine connection could blossom in the most unexpected circumstances. It was less about elaborate gestures and grand displays of chivalry, and more about mutual respect, shared interests, and a willingness to embrace the chaos of life. Even the ever-observant Brother Bartholomew couldn't deny the undeniable chemistry between Agnes and the blacksmith, despite his best attempts to ascribe their connection to astrological events. The Tournament of Tenders concluded, not with a definitive declaration of romantic victories, but with a collective understanding that love in the Middle Ages, much like love in any era, was a messy, chaotic, and wonderfully unpredictable affair. It was a time of unexpected connections, surprising pairings, and a healthy dose of goat-related humor. The truly remarkable aspect of the whole affair wasn't the adherence to or rejection of courtly love, but the unexpected ways in which people found connection, and perhaps more importantly, laughter, in the most unlikely of medieval settings. And that, in the end, was the most charming aspect of it all. The aftermath of the Tournament of Tenders saw a flurry of activity, less in the realm of chivalrous pursuits and more in the chaotic arena of medieval courtship. The air, thick with the scent of wood smoke and spilled ale, vibrated with the nervous energy of knights attempting to translate their battlefield prowess into the delicate art of wooing. This, however, proved to be a significantly more challenging feat than unseating an opponent in a joust. Sir Reginald, emboldened by Isolde's unexpected amusement at his earlier floral catastrophe, decided to try a different approach. He'd spent the better part of the evening poring over a dog-eared manuscript of courtly love poetry, hoping to find the perfect line to win her heart. He finally settled on a particularly flowery passage, believing its archaic language and romantic imagery would sweep Isolde off her feet. Approaching her with a flourish worthy of a traveling troubadour, he launched into a dramatic recitation. "My lady, your beauty doth eclipse the sun, your virtue doth surpass the stars, and your intellect—" He paused, momentarily flustered, searching for the perfect word. "Your intellect doth, exceed the expectations of a moderately astute goose." Isolde, mid-calculation on the trajectory of a particularly stubborn trebuchet bolt, barely registered his words. When he finished, she simply raised an eyebrow. "Did you just compare my intellect to a goose?" she asked, her voice betraying barely concealed amusement. Reginald, deflated, mumbled something about the metaphorical nature of avian intelligence before retreating to sulk amongst a pile of discarded lance shafts. His chosen line, meant to be a testament to Isolde's brilliance, had backfired spectacularly, leaving him more bewildered than ever. The complexities of courtly love, it seemed, were far more challenging to navigate than the intricacies of medieval warfare. Sir Gareth, ever optimistic despite his ongoing struggles with gravity, attempted a different tack. He'd observed Alara's fascination with her falcon, a magnificent bird named Zephyr, and decided to leverage this shared interest. His approach, however, lacked subtlety. He approached Alara, puffed out his chest, and attempted to mimic Zephyr's flight, flapping his arms wildly and emitting a series of high-pitched squawks that were less impressive falcon and more enraged chicken. Ilara, initially amused, quickly found the spectacle more embarrassing than charming. Zephyr, perched on her wrist, seemed to share her sentiment, emitting a series of sharp chirps that could have been interpreted as polite disapproval. Sir Baldwin, the surprisingly dull victor of the joust, attempted to woo Lady Beatrice with a sonnet. It was a lengthy and technically proficient poem, filled with elaborate metaphors and classical allusions. Unfortunately, it was also utterly devoid of passion or originality, leaving Lady Beatrice thoroughly unimpressed. She politely thanked him, then promptly returned to her heated debate with the merchant, arguing over the precise weight of a single clove of garlic. The sonnet, it seemed, was less effective than a well-placed argument about spices. Meanwhile, Brother Bartholomew, convinced that his astrological theories held the key to romantic success, decided to offer his services as a sort of medieval matchmaker. He approached several couples, armed with a star chart and a surprisingly detailed analysis of the planetary alignments on the night of the tournament. His attempts to correlate the success of each pairing with the position of Jupiter, however, were met with a mixture of polite indifference and outright skepticism. Agnes and Thomas, for example, were blissfully unaware of Brother Bartholomew's celestial musings, their romance fueled far more by shared enthusiasm for goat cheese than by Jupiter's trajectory. Another night, Sir Lambert decided to employ a more direct approach, opting for brute honesty. He approached his chosen lady, Lady Annalise, and declared, "I may not be the most eloquent knight, but I can certainly provide you with ample protection from marauding bandits and surprisingly well-cooked venison." Lady Annalise, however, was less impressed by his practicality and more charmed by the charmingly clumsy Sir Reginald's inadvertently humorous attempts at poetry. The evening unfolded with a series of similar attempts, each more disastrous than the last. Knights recited poorly remembered lines from obscure romances, attempting to evoke feelings of passion and longing. Their efforts, however, often fell flat, either lost in the boisterous atmosphere or completely misinterpreted. One knight's heartfelt declaration of undying devotion was mistaken for a request for a second helping of roasted boar. Another's attempt at a romantic serenade resulted in a rather off-key rendition of a popular drinking song. The failure of these grand, courtly approaches highlighted a curious truth about medieval romance. Sincerity, even in its most clumsy form, often trumped elaborate displays of idealized love. The knight's disastrous attempts at pickup lines, far from being a source of embarrassment, served as a comedic counterpoint to the idealized romances portrayed in courtly literature. They were a reminder that love, in its purest form, is less about grand gestures and more about genuine connection, a truth that even the most inept knight could sometimes stumble upon, often quite unintentionally. The evening ended not with a flurry of romantic victories, but with a collective understanding that love, even in the Middle Ages, was a messy, hilarious, and utterly unpredictable affair. The failed attempts at wooing, far from diminishing the romantic spirit of the evening, actually served to enhance its charm. They were a testament to the human capacity for both grand gestures and embarrassing blunders, both of which, it turned out, could be equally endearing. The knights learned, much to their surprise, that a well-placed joke about goat cheese could sometimes be more effective than a sonnet crafted with the most exquisite detail. And as the last embers of the fire died down and the last of the ale was consumed, a quiet realization settled over the gathering that true connection was not about perfect articulation or flawless execution, but about shared laughter, mutual respect, and a healthy appreciation for the unpredictable beauty of life, even in the chaos of a medieval jousting tournament. The clumsiness, the misinterpretations, and the sheer absurdity of the entire situation, all of it contributed to an evening of unexpected joy, a testament to the enduring power of human connection, even amidst the most awkwardly expressed attempts at love. The aftermath of the Tournament of Tenders left a trail of broken hearts and bruised egos, a veritable battlefield of romantic casualties. Sir Reginald, his goose-related metaphor still echoing in the crisp night air, retreated to his chambers, not to weep silently into his pillow, though that did happen later, but to compose an epic ballad of his woes, entitled The Ballad of a Broken Lance and a Broken Heart. It was a sprawling, overly dramatic poem detailing the injustice of Isolde's lack of appreciation for his avian-inspired wit. It featured vivid descriptions of his despair, lengthy metaphors involving wilting flowers and dying stars, and a surprisingly detailed account of the trebuchet bolt's trajectory. The ballad, unfortunately, lacked the musicality of a true troubadour's work and sounded more like a disgruntled blacksmith banging on an anvil. Meanwhile, Sir Gareth, his attempts at avian mimicry still ringing in his ears, had taken a different path toward expressing his sorrow. He decided to communicate his heartbreak through interpretive dance. However, his interpretation of Ilara's rejection was less Swan Lake and more a frantic flailing of limbs, accompanied by loud, guttural cries that startled a passing flock of ravens. The birds, apparently sensitive souls, took flight with a cacophony of squawks, leaving Sir Gareth alone in the courtyard, his emotional performance met only with the silence of the night. Sir Baldwin, typically stoic, surprised everyone by embracing melodrama with the gusto of a seasoned actor. His reaction to Lady Beatrice's indifference wasn't a quiet retreat, but a public display of grief worthy of a Shakespearean tragedy. He constructed a miniature effigy of Lady Beatrice out of straw and discarded the tournament ribbons. Then, with a dramatic flourish and a tear rolling down his cheek, he lit it ablaze, delivering a mournful eulogy about the fickle nature of love and the cruelty of garlic-based arguments. The resulting spectacle, a burning straw effigy and a knight wailing about cloves, drew a surprisingly large crowd, causing a temporary halt to the post-tournament drinking festivities. Brother Bartholomew, the astrological matchmaker, took a more scholarly approach to his heartbreak. He spent the next several days poring over ancient texts, trying to find a celestial explanation for his romantic failures. He meticulously charted the position of Jupiter, Mars, and Venus, convinced that a specific planetary alignment was the root cause of his matchmaking mishaps. His conclusions, however, were indecipherable even to him, leading to a further decline in his already questionable reputation. He did, however, discover a previously unknown constellation that he named the constellation of unrequited love, which was largely ignored by the astronomical community. Lady Annalise, while amused by Sir Lambert's practical proposal, found herself strangely affected by Sir Reginald's poetic blunder. His unintentionally hilarious attempts at courtly love, she discovered, possessed a certain endearing charm. Her reaction was subtle, yet profound. She started leaving small bouquets of wildflowers near Reginald's quarters, each accompanied by a cryptic poem written in a deliberately awkward style that mirrored his own. This silent courtship, born out of shared awkwardness, hinted at a budding romance that promised to be less predictable and far more amusing than any straightforward pursuit. The evening's romantic failures weren't entirely devoid of unexpected consequences. The failed serenades, the misinterpreted declarations of love, and the dramatic displays of despair unintentionally created a shared experience that bonded the participants, creating a strange camaraderie amongst the lovelorn. They found solace in their collective embarrassment, sharing tales of woe over mugs of ale and platters of roasted boar, their laughter echoing in the dimly lit tavern. One night, whose ill-fated serenade was mistaken for a raucous drinking song, discovered he had a hidden talent for composing bawdy tavern tunes. His newfound fame amongst the commoners, though far from romantic, offered a measure of consolation. Another night, inspired by Sir Baldwin's burning effigy, took up sculpting, his artistic talents emerging from the ashes of his romantic aspirations. The grand gestures of courtly love, with their lofty ideals and flowery language, gave way to a more grounded human form of connection. The shared laughter, the recognition of mutual clumsiness, and the understanding that love often defies logic and reason, created a bond that transcended the initial disappointments. Even Brother Bartholomew, after his exhaustive study of planetary alignments, decided to take a break from astrology and focus on more earthly pursuits. He started baking bread, discovering a talent for creating exquisite sourdough loaves that quickly gained him popularity amongst the villagers. His astrological theories were mostly abandoned, though he did occasionally insert a cryptic astrological symbol into the designs on his bread. Sir Reginald, emboldened by Lady Annalise's subtle advances, decided to try a different approach, one less dependent on obscure poetic metaphors and more on genuine, albeit clumsy, displays of affection. He started bringing her baskets of his own awkwardly sculpted garden gnomes, each one bearing an increasingly silly poem detailing his growing admiration for her intelligence, rather than comparing it to a goose. The events of the Tournament of Tenders, though initially marked by romantic disasters, ultimately revealed the unpredictable nature of love and the unexpected ways it can manifest. The heartfelt, if poorly executed attempts at courtship, the melodramatic outbursts of grief, the shared laughter in the face of adversity, all of it contributed to a surprisingly rich tapestry of human experience, highlighting the comedic potential of even the most devastating romantic failures. the Ballad of Broken Hearts, while a testament to the knight's initial failures, ultimately became a symbolic representation of the unexpected joys found in the face of heartbreak, a celebration of human resilience, humor, and the enduring power of connection, even amidst the most chaotic and absurd circumstances. The medieval dating scene, it turned out, was far more hilarious and unpredictable than anyone had initially anticipated. The knights, initially humbled by their romantic setbacks, discovered a newfound appreciation for the unpredictable, often hilarious journey of love, a journey that, they realized, was far more rewarding for its imperfections than its idolized perfection. And somewhere, in the midst of all the chaos and broken hearts, a new form of love bloomed, a love built on shared laughter, mutual respect, and an undeniable appreciation for the absurd. The aftermath of the Tournament of Tenders had barely settled when a new wave of chaos crashed upon the unsuspecting populace. Princess Aurelia, a woman whose beauty was only surpassed by her unwavering belief in astrological charts and arranged marriages, decided to take matters into her own hands, or rather, into the hands of her royal advisor, Lord Elmsworth, a man whose cunning was only rivaled by his talent for subtly poisoning his enemies. Allegedly, their grand scheme: to use the burgeoning medieval dating app to secure a politically advantageous marriage for the princess. Lord Elmsworth, a master of manipulation, saw the app not as a frivolous pursuit of love, but as a sophisticated tool for geopolitical maneuvering. He envisioned a future where alliances were forged not through bloody battles and tedious treaties, but through carefully curated digital profiles and strategically timed virtual winks. He meticulously crafted Aurelia's profile, highlighting her proficiency in falconry, her passion for medieval accounting, and her extensive collection of rare tapestries, which in truth mostly depicted rather plump geese. He omitted, however, any mention of her volatile temper, her penchant for competitive cheese-making, or her belief that she could communicate with squirrels. Aurelia, initially hesitant, was swayed by Elmsworth's assurances of a swift, politically sound union. She envisioned a life of opulent comfort, far removed from the tedium of royal duties and endless embroidery lessons. The app, she thought, would streamline the entire process, transforming the arduous task of finding a suitable husband into a simple swipe and a carefully crafted message. Their first conquest was Sir Bartholomew, whose disastrous attempts at romance during the Tournament of Tenders were now legendary. Elmsworth, recognizing Bartholomew's somewhat desperate need for validation, saw him as a pawn in his grand scheme. He subtly altered Bartholomew's profile, creating a persona of a dashing adventurer, a knight-errant with a heart of gold and a penchant for rescuing damsels from burning castles. A gross exaggeration, as Bartholomew's most daring exploit involved rescuing a cat from a rather short tree. The ensuing conversation was a masterpiece of awkwardness. Aurelia, attempting to project regal composure, instead came across as a rather demanding and slightly condescending sovereign. Bartholomew, overwhelmed by the sudden attention from royalty, responded with an overabundance of enthusiasm, peppering his messages with flowery metaphors and excessively detailed accounts of his culinary achievements, mostly involving various types of stew. Their virtual courtship progressed with a strange sort of charm, a blend of regal arrogance and desperate need for approval. Their messages were a battlefield of compliments and subtle insults, of grand pronouncements and unfortunate typos. Aurelia found herself strangely intrigued by Bartholomew's unwavering enthusiasm, his innocent obliviousness to her thinly veiled attempts at manipulation. Bartholomew, for his part, found himself inexplicably drawn to Aurelia's peculiar blend of authority and surprisingly endearing awkwardness. Their first virtual date was a disaster. It involved a surprisingly awkward attempt at jousting using broomsticks in a rather cramped royal garden, a failed attempt at a romantic picnic. The basket contained only various types of cheese and a disturbingly large goose, and a disastrous attempt at a moonlit stroll. The princess tripped over her own train, resulting in a comical tumble. Meanwhile, Lord Elmsworth, observing the unfolding events from the shadows, was aghast. His meticulously crafted plan was unraveling before his very eyes. Instead of a politically advantageous marriage, he was witnessing the unlikely blossoming of a relationship between a spoiled princess and a slightly clumsy astrologer. The princess, however, had other plans. She found herself surprisingly attracted to Bartholomew's earnest clumsiness, his obvious lack of any political ambition, and his surprising ability to make her laugh. His heart, so readily crushed during the tournament of tenders, was surprisingly resilient in the face of royal demands. He was not merely a pawn in a political game, but a man capable of genuine affection, even for a somewhat demanding princess. Aurelia, defying centuries of royal tradition, decided to break off the planned marriage with the prince of neighboring kingdom. She declared that she would not be bound by the constraints of political alliances. She would choose her own husband, and that husband, to everyone's astonishment, would be Sir Bartholomew, the somewhat hapless astrologer who had unwittingly stumbled his way into the heart of a princess. The royal wedding was a spectacle of epic proportions, a clash of royal grandeur and endearing awkwardness. Instead of a traditional royal banquet, there was a surprisingly extensive spread of Bartholomew's stews and surprisingly delightful sourdough bread. The guests, initially bewildered by the unexpected pairing, found themselves captivated by the unconventional romance. The event, far from being a symbol of political power, became a celebration of unexpected love. It was a testament to the unpredictable nature of the heart and the chaotic charm of medieval dating. It showcased the folly of mixing politics with romance, highlighting the unexpected beauty of a love born not from political strategy, but from shared laughter and unexpectedly delicious stews. Lord Elmsworth, once a master of manipulation, found himself utterly bewildered, his perfectly crafted plans reduced to ashes, metaphorical ashes, thankfully, unlike Sir Baldwin's previous effigy. The medieval dating app, ironically, had become the catalyst for the most unconventional and arguably the most heartwarming royal romance in history. And so, the age of digitally facilitated royal unions had begun, though perhaps not quite in the way Lord Elmsworth had initially envisioned. The princess and the astrologer lived happily ever after, albeit with a rather large and enthusiastically barking dog that seemed to be perpetually confused by royal protocols. Chapter 3. Medieval makeovers. The success of Princess Aurelia and Sir Bartholomew's unconventional courtship, however, did little to quell the anxieties of other users on the medieval dating app. The app, initially intended as a tool for political maneuvering, had unexpectedly morphed into a breeding ground for both romance and utter fashion faux pas. The desire to impress potential partners led to a series of disastrous makeovers, a medieval equivalent of bad selfies flooding the virtual marketplace. Take, for instance, the case of Sir Reginald Strongforth, a knight whose profile boasted of unmatched bravery and a heart as pure as the driven snow. Reality, however, painted a slightly different picture. Sir Reginald's bravery was mostly limited to bravely facing a plate of undercooked venison, and his heart, while undeniably present, was often overshadowed by an overwhelming obsession with his own appearance. His attempt at a modern makeover, inspired by a misinterpreted illustration from a tattered Byzantine manuscript, involved a frankly alarming combination of brightly colored silks, excessive amounts of gold embroidery, often haphazardly applied, and a headdress that could best be described as a miniature, slightly lopsided golden pagoda. His profile picture, taken in a dimly lit stable, a poor choice of backdrop, to say the least, showcased this ensemble to disastrous effect. The resulting image, a surreal blend of Byzantine extravagance and medieval sloppiness, only managed to attract the attention of a flock of rather unimpressed chickens. His attempts to attract a suitable partner were further hampered by his persistent habit of sending messages entirely in rhyming couplets, a poetic flourish that often detracted from the clarity of his intended message. Lady Beatrice, a woman known for her sharp wit and even sharper tongue, took a different approach. Inspired by rumors of Parisian fashion, she decided to adopt a decidedly more modern look, a style that involved a rather unfortunate combination of overly tight bodices, excessively voluminous skirts, and a headpiece adorned with an unsettling number of feathers. The effect was one of chaotic grandeur, a sartorial explosion that managed to somehow simultaneously appear both opulent and utterly ridiculous. Her profile picture, taken against the backdrop of a rather unimpressed-looking donkey, did little to improve her chances. Despite her considerable charm and intellect, the image portrayed a chaotic whirlwind of feathers and fabrics, making it difficult for potential suitors to see past the sheer visual assault. Her messages, while witty, were frequently lost in the visual noise of her profile, leaving many potential partners utterly bewildered. Then there was the case of Master Elric, a renowned alchemist, known more for his explosive experiments than his romantic success. He attempted to convey a sophisticated image, drawing inspiration from somewhat questionable interpretations of ancient texts. He experimented with various alchemical concoctions to create a self-made perfume, claiming it possessed aphrodisiac properties. The result, however, was a pungent aroma that could best be described as a blend of burnt sulfur and overripe gooseberries. His makeover involved applying various questionable pastes and potions in a desperate bid to enhance his complexion, resulting in a patchy, mottled appearance that resembled nothing so much as a poorly painted tapestry. His attempt at a modern profile picture, involving a complex alchemical apparatus and a cloud of suspiciously green smoke, was less than successful. His messages, frequently interrupted by the need to explain the alchemical basis of his romantic advances, were often received with a mixture of polite disinterest and outright fear. It proved difficult to attract the attention of potential partners from behind a self-made fog of bewildering green smoke and noxious fumes. These examples were not isolated incidents. The medieval dating app became a platform showcasing a surprisingly high number of fashion faux pas. The lines between medieval tradition and modern interpretations were frequently blurred, resulting in a visual landscape of colorful chaos. The attempts at makeovers often went awry, leading to a series of disastrous and often hilarious outcomes. There were instances of knights attempting to adopt the latest Parisian fashions, resulting in comical mismatches of fabrics and styles. Ladies of the court experimented with various hair dyes, with predictable and often disastrous results. The use of poorly understood pigments and unusual ingredients, coupled with a complete disregard for personal hygiene, resulted in a rather high frequency of unfortunate mishaps. Many medieval makeovers were hampered by the limitations of the era's technology and understanding of both fashion and cosmetics. The absence of readily available, reliable products meant that even the most well-intentioned makeover could quickly turn disastrous. These fashion failures, however, did not dampen the spirits of the app's users. Instead, they served as a source of amusement and shared experience. The app's virtual forum was filled with humorous posts, tales of disastrous makeovers, and misinterpreted fashion trends. The users developed a shared understanding, bonding over their collective failures and offering each other encouragement and advice. The app became not just a platform for finding a partner, but also a support group of sorts. The app's administrator, a rather eccentric monk named Brother Thomas, even started a dedicated thread for medieval makeover mishaps, a forum where users could share their embarrassing experiences and offer each other constructive criticism. Brother Thomas, a man whose own sartorial choices could best be described as eccentric, became an unexpected fashion guru, dispensing questionable advice while maintaining a remarkably jovial demeanor. The overall effect of these collective sartorial disasters, far from being depressing, was unexpectedly uplifting. The shared experience of fashion failure created a sense of community, a bond between users who found common ground in their collective struggles. The app, once a tool for finding romance, unexpectedly transformed into a haven for self-deprecating humor and shared experiences. The pursuit of love, however clumsy or misguided, had brought together a community of individuals bound by a collective appreciation of the absurd. The medieval dating app, with all its glitches, misinterpretations, and disastrous makeovers, became a testament to the human capacity for resilience, laughter, and the surprisingly unifying power of shared embarrassment. The app, in its own peculiar way, became a mirror reflecting the anxieties and ambitions of the medieval world, highlighting the universal desire for connection and acceptance, even in the face of technological limitations and questionable fashion choices. The stories of disastrous makeovers, far from being cautionary tales, became amusing anecdotes shared with both empathy and laughter, reinforcing the undeniable truth that even the most meticulously crafted plans, whether for a perfect profile or a triumphant makeover could often fall victim to the chaotic uncertainties of life, especially when trying to find love in the Middle Ages. The quest for the perfect profile picture proved to be a Herculean task for the denizens of the medieval dating app. Forget perfectly filtered selfies. These were painted portraits, painstakingly rendered by local artists, often more skilled at depicting the gruesome details of a particularly nasty plague than the subtle nuances of flattering light. The results were, to put it mildly, unpredictable. Take, for example, Sir Gareth the Gallant, a knight whose battlefield prowess was far outweighed by his artistic ineptitude. He envisioned a heroic portrait, a majestic rendering of himself slaying a fearsome dragon astride his trusty steed, Valiant. The reality, however, fell somewhat short. Valiant, a rather stout and temperamental pony, more accustomed to hauling manure than participating in heroic epics, refused to cooperate. The resulting painting depicted a disgruntled pony, barely restraining itself from biting Sir Gareth's hand, while a laughably small, almost cartoonish dragon looked on with what could only be described as bored indifference. The artist, a nervous young man named Barnaby, had also inexplicably chosen to depict Sir Gareth in a rather unflattering shade of puce, a color that clashed horribly with his already drab chainmail. The final product, a bizarre blend of heroic aspiration and farmyard reality, managed to attract only the attention of a particularly sarcastic stable hand. Lady Isolde, a renowned scholar and poet, opted for a more intellectual approach. She commissioned a portrait depicting herself surrounded by scrolls and illuminated manuscripts, hoping to project an air of refined elegance. Unfortunately, the artist, a somewhat tipsy old woman named Agnes, mistook Lady Isolde's collection of rare herbs for a still life arrangement. The resulting painting showcased Lady Isolde looking slightly dazed amidst a chaotic jumble of suspiciously colorful plants, some of which bore an unsettling resemblance to various poisonous fungi. The overall effect was less scholarly elegance and more a potential victim of a botched witch trial. Her attempts to subtly indicate her intelligence through strategically placed books were undone by Agnes's somewhat unorthodox interpretation of perspective. The books appeared to be floating, suspended in midair, giving the impression of a magical, albeit slightly unsettling, literary levitation. Then there was the case of Brother Benedict, a monk known for his surprisingly adept skills in calligraphy, but woefully lacking in self-awareness. He attempted a self-portrait, a feat of artistic ambition that quickly descended into chaos. His initial attempt, a rather self-congratulatory depiction of himself holding a quill and a beautifully illuminated manuscript, was deemed too boastful by the monastery's resident artist, a grumpy old monk named Brother Cuthbert. Brother Benedict's second attempt, a more humble portrayal of himself deep in prayer, fell victim to Brother Cuthbert's rather heavy-handed artistic critique. Brother Cuthbert, known for his preference for stark realism, had added several unflattering details, including a particularly prominent and rather unappealing double chin and eyes that suggested a profound lack of sleep, a condition Brother Benedict was indeed suffering from. The resulting painting was a study in monastic fatigue and unflattering angles, a far cry from the serene image Brother Benedict had envisioned. The problems didn't end with the painting itself. Lighting, or rather the lack thereof, presented a significant challenge. Many users resorted to the nearest available light source, often resulting in portraits illuminated by flickering candlelight, creating an atmosphere that was simultaneously dramatic and deeply unflattering. Shadows played havoc with proportions, turning already awkward poses into downright comical distortions. Some profiles featured figures cast in elongated, almost skeletal silhouettes, while others were bathed in an unsettling, almost demonic glow. The limitations of medieval technology added another layer of complexity. The absence of readily available cameras, or even consistently reliable paints, meant that even the most skilled artists struggled to capture a flattering likeness. The use of pigments, often derived from natural sources, led to unpredictable color variations, with portraits shifting in hue depending on the ambient light and the artist's mood. Many profile pictures bore an unintentional resemblance to Impressionist paintings, albeit Impressionist paintings created by someone who had only a vague understanding of both human anatomy and the color wheel. Moreover, the very concept of posing proved to be a source of immense difficulty. The stiff, formal poses common in medieval portraiture clashed wildly with the relaxed, informal style favored by modern dating app users. Knights attempted to strike heroic poses, often resulting in comical displays of awkward stiffness. Ladies of the court, aiming for an air of sophisticated grace, ended up looking more like they were preparing for an impending execution. The overall effect was a gallery of portraits that were simultaneously bizarre, hilarious, and strangely compelling. The app's forum buzzed with humorous discussions as users shared their experiences with disastrous profile pictures. One knight lamented his portrait, which depicted him accidentally impaling himself on his own lance while attempting a daring pose. A lady-in-waiting complained that her artist had inexplicably given her a third eye, a detail that she pointed out was rather distracting. Another user shared a story of his artist falling asleep mid-painting, resulting in a portrait featuring a blurry, unfinished background and a rather surreal expression on the sitter's face. Despite the comical failures, the medieval dating app continued to thrive, a testament to the enduring human desire for connection and the ability to find humor in even the most embarrassing of situations. The disastrous profile pictures, far from hindering the app's success, became a source of shared laughter and camaraderie. The app became less a tool for finding romance and more a unique, medieval equivalent of an online support group, bonding over shared experiences of artistic incompetence and the frustrating search for love in a time of limited technology and even more limited artistic talent. The quest for the perfect profile picture proved to be a journey fraught with hilarity, highlighting the universal truth that sometimes the best way to find love is to embrace the absurdity of the pursuit. The disastrous profile pictures weren't the only source of woe for the medieval dating apps users. Love, as it turns out, was a fickle beast, even in the 14th century, and heartbreak, a far more common ailment than dragon slaying, required its own unique remedies. Enter the world of medieval heartbreak cures, a chaotic concoction of dubious potions and questionable herbs, promising relief but often delivering a side of slapstick comedy. Our story begins, predictably, with Lady Beatrice, whose profile picture, despite the best efforts of a somewhat colorblind artist, had somehow managed to render her resembling a particularly plump and disgruntled beetroot. Her romantic pursuits had ended in disaster, leaving her with a heart as heavy as a suit of full plate armor. Desperate for solace, she turned to the wisdom of the local apothecary, a wizened old woman named Agnes, whose knowledge of herbs was only surpassed by her penchant for dramatic pronouncements and even more dramatic eyebrow raises. Agnes, after listening patiently, or perhaps impatiently, judging by the rolling of her eyes, to Lady Beatrice's tale of woe, produced a small, oddly shaped vial filled with a viscous, bubbling liquid, a potion of forgetfulness and renewed hope, she declared, her voice dripping with the gravitas of one who had witnessed countless romantic calamities, guaranteed to erase the memories of your past sorrows and fill your heart with the sweet nectar of future possibilities. Lady Beatrice, desperate and clearly not one to question the efficacy of potentially dubious liquids brewed by a woman whose eyebrows could independently raise entire armies, downed the potion in one gulp. The result was, to put it mildly, unexpected. Instead of a gentle wave of forgetfulness, Lady Beatrice experienced a series of increasingly bizarre physical reactions. First, her nose began to twitch uncontrollably, resembling a rabbit sniffing out a particularly juicy carrot. Then, her ears started to elongate, mimicking the slow, graceful droop of a wilted flower. Finally, to top it all off, her hair, normally a carefully coiffed auburn cascade, began to sprout an assortment of brightly colored flowers, ranging from cheerful sunflowers to rather ominous-looking nightshades. The transformation was complete, and Lady Beatrice, now resembling a flamboyant, oversized daisy with a beetroot complexion, had to be carried out of the apothecary's shop, leaving a trail of startled onlookers and an increasingly irritated Agnes in her wake. Her heartbreak, it seemed, had been replaced with something far more interesting, namely, a profound concern over whether or not the nightshades were poisonous. Word of Lady Beatrice's transformation spread like wildfire throughout the medieval dating app, resulting in a flurry of messages expressing both concern and amusement. Meanwhile, Sir Reginald's, a knight whose romantic endeavors had been consistently thwarted by his unfortunate habit of accidentally setting his suitors' dresses on fire with his overly enthusiastic candlelit serenades, sought a more traditional approach. He opted for a herbal tea recommended by a particularly robust-looking monk, known for his knowledge of both medicinal herbs and remarkably strong back muscles. This tea, a potent concoction of lavender, chamomile, and a suspiciously large quantity of stinging nettles, was supposed to soothe the soul and calm the nerves. Sir Reginald, never one to shy away from a challenge, brewed a large pot, the aroma filling his chambers with a curious blend of floral sweetness and aggressive itchiness. His first sip was met with an immediate and surprising reaction. His skin, usually pale and rather unremarkable, erupted into a vibrant array of colorful hives, resembling a patchwork quilt sewn with the finest and most itchy, stinging nettle threads. Furthermore, he began to inexplicably sprout feathers, beginning with his eyebrows and swiftly making their way across his arms and chest. He found himself transforming into a rather flamboyant and increasingly uncomfortable avian knight, his usual gallant demeanor replaced with an urgent need to scratch every inch of his rapidly transforming body. His attempts at wooing were, needless to say, somewhat hampered by his new feathered plumage. Imagine, if you will, a knight attempting to execute a graceful bow while simultaneously trying to avoid scratching his increasingly itchy feathers. The results were less than impressive. He became the subject of numerous memes on the medieval dating app, his plight bringing unexpected laughter and solidarity among the perpetually single. Then there was the case of Brother Bartholomew, a humble monk known for his piety and his rather unfortunate tendency to fall asleep mid-prayer. His heartbreak stemmed from the sudden departure of Sister Agnes, who had, quite unexpectedly, joined a traveling troupe of acrobatic minstrels. He opted for a particularly potent concoction of valerian root and poppy seeds, recommended by a particularly cryptic herbalist known only as Whisperwind. The effects were, once again, entirely unpredictable. Brother Bartholomew didn't merely relax. He experienced a full-blown hallucination involving a singing dragon, dancing squirrels in velvet trousers, and a philosophical debate with a particularly opinionated badger. The hallucination, though undeniably bizarre, had a surprisingly therapeutic effect. Upon waking, Brother Bartholomew felt a sense of profound peace and acceptance, concluding that while Sister Agnes might have left, life, in all its surreal and unexpected beauty, was still worth living. The stories of Lady Beatrice, Sir Reginald, and Brother Bartholomew became legendary within the medieval dating app community, each tale adding to the app's unique charm and camaraderie. The medieval remedies for heartbreak, it turned out, were far more entertaining and surprisingly effective in their own peculiar ways than anyone could have imagined. They served as a reminder that even in a time of limited technology and questionable medicinal practices, the human capacity for humor and resilience remains boundless, and perhaps, just perhaps, a little absurdity is exactly what's needed to navigate the messy, complicated, and often hilarious world of love, whether in the 14th century or the 21st. The medieval dating app, despite its technological limitations and its abundance of hilariously disastrous outcomes, provided a space where even the most bizarre and unexpected events could be shared, laughed about, and ultimately helped people find a strange, unexpected sort of comfort in their shared struggles. The app proved that love, even in the most unconventional of times, is a journey worth taking, even if it sometimes leads to an encounter with a surprisingly itchy knight or a conversation with a philosophical badger. The tales continued to circulate, each adding a unique chapter to the ongoing saga of the medieval dating app, a testament to the enduring human need for connection and the universal ability to find humor in even the most unlikely of circumstances. Sir Gareth, a knight whose profile picture depicted him valiantly slaying a particularly unimpressive-looking squirrel. He'd sworn it was a wyvern, but the app's image moderation algorithm had other ideas. Believed wholeheartedly in the ideals of chivalry. His problem wasn't a lack of belief, it was a spectacular lack of execution. He envisioned himself as Lancelot, a paragon of romantic virtue, but his reality was closer to a clumsy, well-meaning oaf who tripped over his own metaphorical and occasionally literal sword. His first attempt at chivalrous courtship involved Lady Isolde, a blacksmith whose profile showcased her impressive biceps and a slightly singed eyebrow, a testament to her dedication to her craft. Sir Gareth, having decided a grand gesture was in order, decided to present Lady Isolde with a handcrafted bouquet of wildflowers. The problem was, his idea of handcrafted involved a rather haphazard arrangement of weeds, thorns, and one particularly aggressive thistle that managed to snag his expensive chainmail. The bouquet, more resembling a weaponized shrubbery, was presented with a flourish that nearly knocked Lady Isolde off her feet. Her appreciation was muted, particularly after the thistle managed to inflict a rather nasty scratch on her already calloused hand. The subsequent date consisted largely of Sir Gareth attempting to apologize profusely while simultaneously trying to extricate himself from the thorny embrace of his romantic offering. The evening concluded with him accidentally setting fire to a nearby haystack during a less than graceful attempt at rescuing a stray kitten from a suspiciously unstray-like location. The kitten, unimpressed, simply yawned and sauntered off. His next attempt involved a more elaborate display of chivalry, inspired by courtly love poetry, which he misinterpreted rather spectacularly. He decided to serenade Lady Guinevere, a librarian renowned for her extensive knowledge of obscure alchemical texts. Sir Gareth, believing that a romantic ballad would win her heart, composed a song that detailed the intricacies of siege warfare, punctuated by an unexpectedly enthusiastic description of catapult technology. He chose to perform this masterpiece under her window at midnight, accompanied by a lute that sounded suspiciously like a dying badger. Lady Guinevere, startled awake, promptly threw a bucket of soapy water out the window, causing Sir Gareth to flee, singing a surprisingly accurate account of the trajectory of a falling projectile. His lute, sadly, was not so lucky. Undeterred, Sir Gareth moved on to a different tactic, focusing on acts of service. He decided to impress Mistress Agnes, a herbalist known for her exceptionally potent and occasionally hallucinogenic remedies, by offering his services as a stable boy. He envisioned himself tirelessly grooming her horses, a vision of humble devotion that would inevitably lead to true love. The reality, however, was somewhat less idyllic. Sir Gareth, lacking any prior experience with equine grooming, proceeded to brush the horses in the wrong direction, resulting in a number of angry, highly insulted steeds. He also managed to accidentally feed one horse a potent concoction meant for a particularly stubborn mule, leading to a series of equine acrobatics that resulted in the destruction of Mistress Agnes' prize-winning rose bushes. His display of service, rather than endearing him to Mistress Agnes, resulted in a rather emphatic ejection from her stables, accompanied by a stream of colorful curses and a threat to report his horse butchery to the local authorities. His final, and perhaps most ambitious attempt, involved a grand tournament of sorts. Sir Gareth, believing that a display of strength and skill would surely win the heart of Lady Eleanor, a renowned archer, organized a mini tournament in her honor. He built a makeshift jousting arena in the town square, inviting various local knights and a rather bewildered sheep farmer to participate. The tournament, however, was plagued with technical difficulties, including a jousting lance that promptly shattered on impact, sending splinters flying into the crowd, a runaway cart filled with medieval-era sporting equipment, and a rather embarrassing fall that involved Sir Gareth, his horse, and a particularly unfortunate pile of manure. Lady Eleanor, while initially amused, ultimately declined his romantic advances, citing his utter lack of coordination as a major deal breaker. The tournament became a village legend, albeit one narrated with a significant degree of laughter and head-shaking disbelief. Sir Gareth, bruised and slightly humiliated, was forced to concede that perhaps chivalry, in its purest form, wasn't quite as effective in the digital age as he had hoped. His attempts to woo the ladies, whilst valiant in intent, were so spectacularly, hilariously inept, they had become the stuff of legend on the medieval dating app. The app's users, whether actively seeking romance or just enjoying the spectacle of Sir Gareth's misadventures, found an unexpected kinship in his mishaps. His failed displays of chivalry became a source of shared laughter, a reminder that even the most heartfelt intentions can take an unexpectedly comical turn. Lady Beatrice, after recovering from her floral transformation, even sent him a supportive message, offering him a few herbal remedies, though she carefully clarified that these were intended for the treatment of bruises, not heartbreak. The medieval dating scene, it seemed, was a complex, often messy, and hilariously unpredictable affair where even failed acts of chivalry could provide a surprising amount of entertainment and an unexpected boost of camaraderie. The tales of Sir Gareth's romantic misadventures lived on, proving that even in a time of jousting, badgers, and misinterpretations of love poems, there was always room for a good laugh. The app, in its peculiar way, was forging its own unique form of community, bringing together a disparate group of individuals bound by their shared human experience, an experience that, in its own peculiar way, was perpetually comical and endearing. The app, instead of focusing on a perfect romantic outcome for everyone, found a unique joy in the humor of it all, proving that even the most hopeless romantics could find friendship in the midst of it all. And maybe, just maybe, some even found love along the way, despite the chaos and the constant stream of unexpected and hilariously unfortunate misadventures. The whispers started subtly, like the rustle of silk in a dimly lit hall, a misplaced emoticon, a misinterpreted emoji, the seeds of rumor planted on the fertile ground of the medieval dating app sprouted with alarming speed. It began with Lady Beatrice's rather unfortunate encounter with Sir Gareth's bouquet of wildflowers. Word of the thistle-induced injury, embellished with increasingly dramatic flourishes, spread like wildfire. Soon, Lady Beatrice was not simply a victim of a rogue thistle, but a woman cruelly assaulted by a knight with questionable floral arranging skills and a concerning lack of common sense. This initial rumor, however, was but a prelude to the tempest of gossip that was to follow. Sir Reginald, a blacksmith known for his impressive beard and even more impressive boasts about his anvil-lifting prowess, a boast largely unsupported by any verifiable evidence, interpreted Lady Beatrice's some post-incident account as a blatant rejection of his own advances. He, of course, had planned a far more impressive, in his mind, display of courtship. A specially crafted iron horseshoe, intricately designed in the shape of a heart. He'd even consulted with the village alchemist, Alaric, for a special protective lacquer to prevent rust. Alaric, ever the prankster, had added a pinch of something, resulting in the horseshoe emitting a faint yet strangely alluring aroma of burnt sugar and dragon dung, a fragrance, let it be known, not universally appreciated. Sir Reginald, convinced that Lady Beatrice's rejection stemmed from some sort of misunderstanding, started a counter-narrative. He portrayed himself as a misunderstood romantic, his iron heart burdened by a lady's inexplicable cruelty. The story evolved, morphing from a rejected horseshoe into a tale of forbidden love, thwarted by a jealous rival, a rival who, in Reginald's warped narrative, was suspiciously similar to Sir Gareth, except, in Reginald's telling, Gareth possessed a collection of unusually large and possibly enchanted turnips. Meanwhile, the gossip surrounding Sir Gareth continued to escalate. His ill-fated serenade of Lady Guinevere became a ballad of its own, with the bucket of soapy water transforming into a magical potion that only true love could resist. His attempt at stable boy service morphed into a heroic, albeit slightly messy, rescue mission involving the previously mentioned and now considerably traumatized steed. Every failed attempt, every unfortunate incident was embellished, romanticized, and ultimately made far funnier than the actual event. The medieval dating app, designed for finding love, was rapidly transforming into a vibrant and often chaotic repository of medieval memes. The village's gossip mill, already a well-oiled machine, spun into overdrive. The town crier, a man named Bartholomew with a voice that could curdle milk, found himself overwhelmed with demands for updates, corrections, and increasingly elaborate retellings of the various romantic mishaps. Bartholomew, a pragmatist at heart, started charging for updates, establishing what quickly became a thriving side business in verified gossip. The most significant casualty of this information tsunami was, arguably, the reputation of the village baker, Master Thomas. A generally quiet and unassuming individual, Master Thomas had the misfortune of being next-door neighbors with Sir Reginald. Master Thomas's attempts to bake a celebratory cake for the village's annual harvest festival were quickly misinterpreted as a desperate attempt to win back Lady Beatrice's affections. The cake, a simple loaf with an unfortunate frosting failure, became, according to Sir Reginald, a testament to Master Thomas's hopeless pining, a culinary masterpiece of unrequited love. The rumor gained momentum, enhanced by the increasingly convoluted interpretations of Master Thomas's baking style. His perfectly risen sourdough loaves were now symbols of his enduring longing, his slightly burnt croissants a metaphor for his scorched hopes. The situation escalated to the point where Master Thomas's bakery was besieged by women in a few overly enthusiastic nights, all vying for a taste of his supposedly love-infused baked goods. Poor Master Thomas, bewildered and exhausted, could only offer them a slightly burnt cookie and a plea for sanity. The sheer absurdity of the situation even managed to momentarily derail the gossip surrounding Sir Gareth's romantic misadventures. But just as quickly as the focus shifted, it returned. A new player entered the fray. Lord Percival, a nobleman known for his extravagant lifestyle and an uncanny ability to acquire ridiculously large and brightly colored parrots. Lord Percival, in a poorly conceived attempt at impressing Lady Isolde, had sent her a flock of these parrots, all bearing tiny handcrafted saddles. Unfortunately, the parrots, apparently having an aversion to blacksmith shops, created an absolute havoc in her workshop, causing considerable damage and a general state of feathered mayhem. This incident naturally fueled the already raging gossip fire, leading to a dizzying array of hypotheses about the true intentions behind the parrot-born assault. The situation on the medieval dating app had reached a point of delightful chaos. Profiles were updated with defensive statements, clarifications, and counter-narratives, all competing for attention amongst the already swirling rumors. The app, designed for romance, had become a vibrant platform for medieval-era performance art, a stage where every interaction had the potential to become a legend, a farce, or both. The lines between truth and exaggeration, reality and rumor, were completely blurred. And yet, amidst the mayhem, a strange sense of community blossomed. A shared amusement, a collective chuckle over the utter absurdity of it all, bound the users together, creating a unique and oddly comforting form of digital fellowship. In the end, the medieval dating app had achieved something unexpected. It fostered not just romantic connections, but an unexpected camaraderie born from shared laughter and the collective, albeit slightly bizarre, experience of medieval gossip in the digital age. The tales of Sir Gareth, Sir Reginald, Master Thomas, and Lord Percival would become legendary, a reminder that the quest for love, even in the age of chivalry and questionable floral arrangements, was always bound to be a hilarious and often unpredictable journey. Chapter 4: Secrets and Scandals. The seemingly idyllic world of the medieval dating app, a place where knights boasted of dragon-slaying skills and ladies showcased their embroidery talents, concealed a darker, more clandestine underbelly. Beneath the surface of charming profiles and witty banter lurked a surprising number of hidden identities and carefully constructed false personas. It all started, as most scandalous affairs do, with a misplaced goose. Lord Elmsworth, a nobleman of considerable wealth and an even more considerable ego, found himself hopelessly smitten with a certain Lady Annalise. However, Lady Annalise, a woman of independent spirit and a penchant for archery contests, preferred men of action over men of title. Lord Elmsworth, realizing that his noble status was more of a hindrance than a help, decided on a daring gambit. He would infiltrate the app as a humble peasant. His transformation was remarkable. Gone were the velvet tunics and jeweled brooches. In their place came rough-spun trousers, a patched tunic, and a strategically placed dirt smudge on his cheek. He adopted the persona of Bartholomew the Brave, a simple farmer with a surprisingly eloquent command of the written word, thanks to a tutor hired specifically for this deception. Bartholomew's profile was a masterpiece of deceptive simplicity. He described himself as a hard-working farmer, skilled in tilling the land, and conveniently, incredibly proficient in rescuing kittens from trees. He carefully omitted any mention of his extensive vineyard, his impressive collection of illuminated manuscripts, or his suspiciously well-maintained fingernails. His profile picture, a strategically blurred shot of him ostensibly tending to his crops, showed only a strong jawline and surprisingly well-kept hair, attributes not often associated with backbreaking farm labor. The deception worked like a charm. Lady Annalise, intrigued by Bartholomew's supposed bravery and kind heart, initiated contact. Their virtual courtship blossomed, filled with stolen moments of digital romance and witty banter about the vagaries of medieval agricultural life. A topic Lord Elmsworth learned remarkably quickly, thanks to an intensive crash course from his tutor and a disturbing amount of research in the Royal Library. But maintaining the charade proved more difficult than Lord Elmsworth anticipated. His attempts at rural slang were consistently off-key, his knowledge of livestock suspiciously advanced, and his handwriting, despite his best efforts, betrayed a certain aristocratic elegance. He nearly blew his cover when he accidentally mentioned the exquisitely embroidered tapestry depicting the Battle of Hastings hanging in his humble cottage, a detail that was rather out of place in his fabricated rustic setting. Lady Annalise, however, remained blissfully unaware, focusing instead on the brave heart and kind nature of Bartholomew. Meanwhile, another layer of deception was unfolding. Sister Agnes, a nun renowned for her piety and exquisite needlepoint, was secretly operating a dual profile. Under the guise of Agnes the Humble, she projected an image of quiet devotion and simple pleasures. But under her alias, Seraphina the Seductive, she was a completely different person, a daring flirt who reveled in the thrill of forbidden online romance. Seraphina's profile showcased a rebellious spirit, peppered with coded messages that only a select few, those who knew the sacred meanings of certain embroidery stitches, could decipher. Her conversations were a delightful mixture of religious piety and decidedly un-nun-like suggestive comments. This double life, however, required precise timing, meticulous planning, and an impressive ability to multitask, especially during her daily prayer sessions. The situations grew even more absurd. Sir Reginald, still nursing his bruised ego from the Thistle incident, created a fake profile under the name Sir Lancelot the Bold, a name that clearly stretched his personality, as he often confused his own name with the fake persona's name. Meticulously crafting a profile designed to attract Lady Beatrice, his heroic deeds were largely fabricated, often involving rescued puppies, foiled bank robberies of a particularly inept nature, and a suspiciously high number of accidental encounters with runaway pigs. This profile, however, inadvertently attracted the attention of several ladies looking for a knight-errant with a high tolerance for pig-related shenanigans. The consequences were chaotic. Lord Elmsworth's well-meaning attempts at peasant charm were constantly undermined by his aristocratic slips. Sister Agnes found herself juggling two very different online personas, creating a complex web of coded messages and carefully constructed lies. And Sir Reginald's efforts to woo Lady Beatrice through deception only resulted in an unexpected influx of admirers, leaving him hopelessly entangled in a web of his own making. The medieval dating app, initially designed as a simple tool for matchmaking, had become a breeding ground for deception, misdirection, and utter hilarious chaos. The pursuit of love in the Middle Ages, it seemed, was as convoluted and entertaining as ever, even in the digital age. The very fabric of reality itself was unraveling, one misplaced emoji, one fabricated profile at a time. And in the midst of this delightful chaos, a question began to arise. Who was truly who on the medieval dating app, and did anyone truly know themselves? The answer, of course, was lost somewhere between a misplaced goose, a poorly executed peasant disguise, and a very confused Sir Reginald. The quest for love, as always, proved a farcical journey, full of unexpected twists and turns, leading the participants down paths of self-discovery, or at least self-deception. The game of identity and deception continued, creating a tapestry of hilarious mishaps and surprising connections. Each interaction a new chapter in this medieval comedic saga. The escalating web of deceit spun wildly out of control. Lord Elmsworth, still posing as Bartholomew the Brave, found himself unexpectedly embroiled in a virtual love triangle. Lady Annalise, charmed by Bartholomew's supposed rustic charm, was also receiving ardent messages from Sir Reginald, who, under the guise of Sir Lancelot the Bold, had somehow managed to convince her of his prowess in rescuing damsels and pigs from precarious situations. The sheer volume of Sir Reginald's ill-conceived, heroic tales was only surpassed by the number of emojis he liberally sprinkled into his messages, a baffling mix of valiant swords, blushing faces, and surprisingly frequent images of livestock. Elmsworth, struggling to maintain his peasant persona while secretly sipping fine wine and composing eloquent poems under the guise of a simple farmer, found himself forced to up his game. He attempted to subtly outdo Sir Reginald's boasts, weaving tales of harrowing escapes from rampaging boars and miraculous harvests exceeding all expectations. His descriptions, however, were peppered with accidental aristocratic flourishes, mentions of vintage wines, exquisite cheeses, and a mysteriously deep understanding of medieval agricultural economics that a simple peasant would never possess. Lady Annalise, a perceptive woman despite her apparent enchantment with both profiles, started to notice inconsistencies. The humble farmer seemed awfully well versed in the subtleties of viniculture, and his descriptions of battling a particularly aggressive wild boar read more like a passage from a chivalric romance than a simple farmer's anecdote. Meanwhile, Sister Agnes, juggling her dual identities, found her meticulously planned schedule unraveling. A crucial miscalculation. She had scheduled a particularly important online conversation with Seraphina the Seductive during her daily rosary, led to a hilariously awkward situation. As she attempted to maintain a demure and pious demeanor during her prayers, while simultaneously exchanging flirtatious messages as Seraphina, she accidentally sent a string of emojis depicting amorous intentions to the entire convent's communal prayer group chat. The resulting silence, punctuated only by the gentle clinking of rosary beads and the occasional suppressed giggle, was deafening. The sisters, naturally, assumed Agnes was experiencing a spiritual breakthrough of unprecedented proportions, leaving Agnes to discreetly delete the messages and pray for divine forgiveness and a more effective system for managing her multiple online personas. The escalating situation reached a fever pitch during the annual Medieval Dating App Festival, a chaotic gathering of users where digital connections were meant to be translated into the messy realities of medieval courtship. Lord Elmsworth, convinced that he could maintain his ruse, attended the festival dressed as Bartholomew. However, his carefully crafted disguise began to unravel under the intense scrutiny of his fellow app users. His attempts at rustic charm were constantly undermined by his aristocratic tendencies. He inadvertently corrected a peasant's grammar, attempted to discuss the finer points of medieval tax law with the blacksmith, and accidentally ordered a goblet of the finest vintage wine instead of the humble ale he had initially intended. Sir Reginald, ever the accidental hero, stumbled through the festival with a similar level of success. His attempts to impress Lady Beatrice with his supposed bravery involved accidentally setting fire to a hay bale, rescuing a particularly stubborn goose from a surprisingly deep mud puddle, the same goose, perhaps, that had started this whole mess, and inadvertently tripping over a royal messenger, spilling royal decrees into a vat of mead. Lady Beatrice, though initially amused, was beginning to question Sir Reginald's heroic capabilities. Perhaps rescuing a few stray pigs was not as impressive as it initially appeared. The situation came to a head during a jousting tournament, designed as the festival's grand finale. Lord Elmsworth, spurred on by a mixture of competitive spirit and a desperate attempt to impress Lady Annalise, decided to participate, still in his peasant disguise. His rather clumsy attempt at jousting, involving a spectacular fall from his horse and a near miss with a royal carriage, revealed his true identity. The aristocratic undergarments, peeking from beneath his tattered peasant garb, left little to the imagination. The revelation of Lord Elmsworth's deception led to a cascade of confessions. Sister Agnes, unable to sustain her charade any longer, confessed her double life to the entire festival, leaving the assembled crowd stunned into silence, followed by bursts of surprised laughter and whispered admiration for her audacity. Even Sir Reginald, overwhelmed by the sheer absurdity of the situation, admitted his own elaborate falsehoods, confessing that his valiant acts of heroism were largely fueled by a desperate need for attention. The outcome, surprisingly, was not one of condemnation, but of camaraderie. The attendees, amused by the sheer volume of deception and mishaps, embraced the humorous absurdity of their situation. Love blossomed in unexpected places, fueled by the shared experience of collective embarrassment. Lord Elmsworth, humbled by his experience, finally won Lady Annalise's affection by confessing his feelings honestly. Sister Agnes, her secret out, found unexpected admirers among the more open-minded attendees of the festival. Even Sir Reginald, despite his questionable heroism, found himself unexpectedly popular, his accidental misadventures deemed endearing rather than embarrassing. The medieval dating app, once a breeding ground for deception, became a testament to the unexpected ways in which truth and humor could intertwine. The chaotic events of the festival taught the users that authenticity, however awkward, could be more attractive than the most meticulously crafted deception. The quest for love, in all its messy, chaotic glory, continued, albeit with a renewed sense of self-awareness and a healthy dose of laughter, proving that even in the world of medieval matchmaking, honesty was, in the end, the best policy, or at least the most amusing. The tale of misplaced identities, mistaken identities, and entirely fabricated identities served as a hilarious reminder that the pursuit of love, especially when filtered through the lens of medieval technology and modern-day anxieties, was a comedy in itself. The aftermath of the jousting tournament resembled a particularly chaotic medieval village fair, only instead of livestock and artisanal crafts, the main attractions were public confessions and a surprising surge in unexpected romantic entanglements. Lord Elmsworth, his aristocratic undergarments now fully exposed, stood blinking in the surprisingly gentle sunlight, a picture of bewildered aristocratic shame. Lady Annalise, however, instead of recoiling in horror, found herself inexplicably charmed by his clumsy attempt at deception. There was something endearingly relatable about a lord who tried to woo a lady by pretending to be a simple farmer, only to spectacularly fail at even the most basic peasant activities. Sir Reginald, having witnessed Elmsworth's downfall, felt a sudden urge for transparency. He cleared his throat, the sound oddly amplified by the stunned silence of the crowd, and announced, with a surprising lack of bravado, that his heroic deeds were in fact a series of carefully orchestrated accidents involving a particularly stubborn goose and an alarming propensity for tripping over royal messengers. He even confessed to embellishing his dragon-slaying prowess, which he admitted with a sheepish grin mostly involved a very large and surprisingly aggressive garden gnome. To everyone's surprise, Lady Beatrice found his honesty refreshingly charming, and the pair spent the rest of the afternoon discussing the finer points of goose husbandry and the complexities of medieval royal mail delivery systems. Sister Agnes, having successfully navigated the tricky terrain of religious piety and online flirtation for far too long, decided that enough was enough. She stood on a conveniently placed hay bale, her rosary beads swinging gently, and revealed her dual existence as Seraphina the Seductive. The confession, delivered with a surprisingly serene tone, was punctuated by the occasional stifled giggle from the assembled nuns, who it turned out were secretly amused by Agnes's audacious juggling act. To Agnes's further delight, many of the male attendees, and surprisingly, a fair few female ones, confessed to having found her online persona delightfully intriguing, even inspiring. The convent, it seemed, had acquired a newfound cachet, all thanks to its resident online dating guru. The unraveling of identities continued, a domino effect of confessions and revelations that left the festival in a state of jovial chaos. Bartholomew the baker, actually a renowned alchemist with an unfortunate addiction to baking sourdough, revealed his true identity, causing a minor panic amongst the attendees worried about the potential presence of unusual ingredients in their previously enjoyed pastries. The blacksmith, known online as Thorin Oakenshield, admitted that he'd never actually wielded a hammer in his life and instead spent his days composing flowery sonnets about the beauty of sunsets. Even the royal messenger, initially seen as a stuffy figure of authority, revealed a hidden talent for stand-up comedy, his jokes mostly revolving around the mishaps of his fellow app users. The entire festival transformed into an impromptu comedy show, with each revelation met with a wave of laughter and surprisingly warm acceptance. The initial shock and potential outrage had been replaced by a sense of camaraderie born from shared embarrassment and the realization that everyone, regardless of social standing or online persona, had their own set of flaws and insecurities. The once rigid social hierarchy of the medieval world seemed to crumble under the weight of shared laughter. Lord Elmsworth, stripped of his aristocratic pretense, found himself enjoying a lively conversation with a blacksmith who, it turned out, had a surprisingly profound understanding of astrophysics. Sister Agnes, her secret revealed, was engaged in a lively discussion on the merits of various dating app algorithms with a group of knights who seemed genuinely impressed by her ability to navigate the complexities of medieval digital communication. The organizers of the medieval dating app festival, initially mortified by the unfolding events, eventually realized that they had unintentionally created a social experiment of unprecedented success. The chaos, the deception, the sheer volume of revealed secrets had, against all odds, brought the attendees closer together. The shared experience of collective embarrassment had somehow forged a bond of understanding, proving that vulnerability, even in the context of elaborate online deception, could be a surprisingly potent form of connection. As the sun set on the festival, casting long shadows across the grounds, the remaining attendees gathered around a roaring bonfire, sharing stories, laughter, and surprisingly honest confessions. The air hummed with a sense of unexpected camaraderie, fueled by a shared understanding of the absurdity of the situation and the unexpected beauty of human connection. The medieval dating app, once a tool for deception and misrepresentation, had ironically fostered a sense of genuine connection and acceptance. The users, stripped of their carefully constructed online personas, were finally able to be themselves, flaws and all. The humorous fallout from the festival highlighted the universal human desire for connection, regardless of era or technological limitations. The tale of the medieval dating app, filled with accidental heroes, misguided lords, and nuns with surprisingly successful online alter egos, served as a timeless testament to the messy, unpredictable, and often hilarious nature of the pursuit of love. It showed that even in a time of plague, poverty, and unreliable postal services, the pursuit of romantic connection remained a uniquely human endeavor, replete with its own peculiar brand of absurdity. The quest for love, it seemed, was a never-ending comedy, its punchlines constantly evolving alongside the ever-changing tapestry of human experience. And sometimes, the most unexpected laughter leads to the most genuine connections. The tale ended not with a resounding victory or defeat, but with a shared understanding that even in the most convoluted of medieval dating escapades, the journey, however bumpy, was ultimately more rewarding than the destination. The final embers of the bonfire cast flickering shadows that danced with the memories of the day's hilarity and heartfelt confessions, proving that sometimes the most unlikely of circumstances can create the strongest of bonds. And so, the quest for love, in all its chaotic and comedic glory, continued. The aftermath of the festival wasn't quite the serene sunset envisioned by the organizers. Instead, it resembled a particularly boisterous game of medieval musical chairs, with accusations, apologies, and the occasional hurled turnip replacing the musical notes. Word of the spectacular unraveling of online identities, the confessions, and the sheer volume of romantic entanglements spread through the village faster than a wildfire fueled by suspiciously flammable hay. The ensuing scandal was a masterpiece of chaotic medieval gossip, a tapestry woven with threads of disbelief, amusement, and a healthy dose of righteous indignation. Lady Beatrice, previously known only for her exquisite embroidery and her uncanny ability to identify venomous snakes, found herself at the center of the storm. Her newfound relationship with Sir Reginald, the confessed garden gnome slaying hero, was a source of both fascination and mockery. The village women, initially envious of her capture of such a seemingly valiant knight, now debated the merits of honesty versus heroic fantasy in a prospective spouse. A heated debate ensued in the village square, featuring robust arguments about the acceptable levels of deception in courtship, punctuated by the occasional thrown loaf of bread, ironically baked by Bartholomew, the alchemist baker, whose sourdough still held a certain aura of suspicion. Lord Elmsworth, having shed his aristocratic facade, found himself unexpectedly popular. His clumsy attempts at peasant life, previously a source of humiliation, had become a testament to his humility, or perhaps his astonishing lack of common sense. His newfound transparency surprisingly enhanced his appeal. The village maidens, now more accustomed to the inconsistencies between online profiles and reality, found him refreshingly relatable. A series of impromptu poetry slams, featuring verses inspired by his misadventures, became a nightly ritual. Elmsworth, initially mortified, found himself strangely enjoying his newfound role as the village eccentric, even contributing a surprisingly poignant ballad about the pitfalls of pretending to be someone you're not. Sister Agnes, the online dating guru, faced a different kind of fallout. While many admired her audacity and entrepreneurial spirit, the conservative faction of the village expressed serious concerns about the convent's newfound reputation as a breeding ground for online seductresses. A lively and occasionally shrill debate ensued in the town hall, featuring impassioned speeches about the perils of digital temptation and the importance of maintaining the sanctity of religious life. Agnes, however, armed with her rosary beads and a surprisingly well-crafted PowerPoint presentation, created on a surprisingly advanced medieval tablet, naturally, calmly defended her actions, arguing that her online persona had in fact helped her connect with a wider audience and spread the word of God through cleverly targeted memes, of course. The debate ended in a stalemate, with the village elders agreeing to monitor Agnes's online activities while grudgingly admitting that her sermons had seen a significant increase in attendance. Bartholomew, the alchemist baker, found himself facing a different kind of crisis. The revelation of his true profession led to a mass inspection of his baked goods, with villagers nervously examining their sourdough loaves for any signs of unusual alchemical concoctions. Bartholomew, ever the showman, responded by hosting a bake-off, proudly demonstrating his alchemical techniques while assuring the audience that his baking, despite its unusual origins, was entirely safe, mostly. He even introduced a new line of potion-infused pastries, which despite their unsettling names, proved surprisingly popular. The ensuing bread riots were thankfully averted. The blacksmith, or Thorin Oakenshield, as he was known online, had the simplest, if most embarrassing, fallout. The revelation that he'd never touched a hammer led to a significant decrease in his blacksmithing business. The villagers, having discovered his true vocation as a sonnet-writing romantic, decided he was better suited to the village poet laureate position. The local bard retired with a hefty severance package and a newfound appreciation for the finer points of iambic pentameter. Even the royal messenger, the master of medieval stand-up comedy, wasn't immune to the consequences. While his jokes had brought laughter to the festival, his confession to revealing sensitive royal information online resulted in a brief and highly uncomfortable interrogation by the royal guards. The interrogation proved unexpectedly short, however, as the guards were immensely entertained by the messenger's witty attempts at dodging questions. He was spared punishment, but assigned to a less sensitive posting, delivering love letters to the far corners of the kingdom. The village scandal, far from causing lasting damage, inadvertently strengthened the community. Shared embarrassment, as it turned out, was a potent bonding agent. The villagers, having witnessed the vulnerabilities of their neighbors, discovered a newfound understanding and empathy. The lines between social classes blurred as laughter replaced judgment, creating a sense of unity that transcended the traditional medieval hierarchy. The medieval dating app, initially designed to facilitate romantic connections, had ironically forged a stronger sense of community than any other event in recent memory. The festival became a legend, a tale retold in hushed whispers and boisterous laughter for generations to come. The lessons learned were not about the intricacies of medieval digital communication, but about the inherent humor in human imperfection and the power of acceptance. The absurdity of the situation, the shocking revelations, and the ensuing chaos had unexpectedly brought the villagers closer together. It proved that even in the most unexpected circumstances, the capacity for human connection, and perhaps a good laugh or two, could never truly be underestimated. The story serves as a whimsical reminder that the pursuit of love, even in a time of plagues, poor postal services, and unreliable profiles, remains a timeless comedy, one worth experiencing, flaws and all. The shared laughter, the collective embarrassment, and the unexpected friendships born from the scandal transformed the village into a microcosm of the human condition, one which celebrated imperfections and embraced the inherent chaos of life, love, and medieval dating apps. And most importantly, a village that learned the hard way that honesty, sometimes, even when brutally exposed, is the best policy. The tale ended not with a neatly wrapped resolution, but with a shared understanding that life and love were always better lived with a healthy dose of self-awareness, a generous serving of humor, and perhaps a surprisingly well-received online persona even if it's based on a few carefully selected or outright fabricated heroic deeds. The dust, both literal and metaphorical, had settled after the great medieval dating app debacle. The initial shock waves of revelation had subsided, leaving behind a peculiar aftermath. A village buzzing with a strange mix of shame, amusement, and surprisingly, a burgeoning sense of camaraderie. Lady Beatrice, once the epitome of refined elegance, now found herself the subject of a surprisingly popular ballad detailing her ill-fated romance with the garden gnome slaying Sir Reginald. The ballad, surprisingly catchy and undeniably accurate, featured a chorus involving surprisingly accurate depictions of Reginald's battle cries, mostly involving exaggerated squeals and the repeated phrase, "Get thee behind me, tiny terror." Reginald himself, stripped of his online persona, was surprisingly contrite. He attempted a grand apology, involving a rather elaborate display of blacksmithing, a skill he'd acquired somewhat miraculously during the post-scandal downtime. His apology, delivered with a slightly trembling voice and a noticeable lack of garden gnomes, was initially met with skeptical silence, but eventually won over the audience with its genuine, if slightly clumsy, sincerity. He even offered to teach blacksmithing lessons, his previous online boasts replaced with surprisingly practical advice on the proper use of bellows. His newfound honesty, however, did little to improve his chances with Beatrice, who, while amused by the ballad, maintained a dignified distance, seemingly engrossed in a particularly intricate tapestry depicting the entire scandal. Lord Elmsworth's transformation from aristocratic snob to endearingly clumsy peasant was complete. His poetry slams continued, now incorporating humorous anecdotes about his misadventures in the vegetable patch and his unsuccessful attempts to milk a particularly stubborn goat. He became the village's unlikely heartthrob, his newfound authenticity surpassing his previous attempts at manufactured charm. He even penned a charming sonnet apologizing for his past pretenses, a piece that resonated deeply with the villagers, highlighting the universal human desire to be accepted for who they truly are, even if that person is hopelessly inept at farming. Sister Agnes, ever the pragmatist, tackled the convent's image crisis with her usual blend of religious zeal and savvy marketing techniques. She organized a village-wide bake sale, the proceeds of which went towards a new stained glass window depicting the perils and joys of online dating. The window, naturally, featured a rather flattering portrayal of Agnes herself, cleverly positioned next to a saint known for their miraculous ability to overcome technological challenges, a saint whose existence Agnes rather creatively invented. The bake sale was a roaring success, proving that even controversial nuns could bake a mean fruitcake. She even introduced a new line of digital detox cookies, a cleverly marketed alternative to actual digital detox programs, providing a guilt-free way to unwind after an overly intense online dating session. Bartholomew, the alchemist baker, remained the village eccentric, albeit a much more accepted one. His potion-infused pastries continued to sell like wildfire, with new flavors including dragon's breath, a surprisingly mild cinnamon roll, goblin's kiss, a tart raspberry tart, and unicorn tears, a surprisingly delicious lemon meringue pie. He organized a series of alchemical demonstrations, carefully explaining the science behind his baking, thereby reassuring the villagers that his culinary creations were mostly harmless. He even developed a new anti-anxiety sourdough, proving that even anxiety could be tackled with a well-baked loaf of bread. His apologies were less direct, more demonstrated through baking a lifetime supply of apology pastries. The blacksmith, aka Thorin Oakenshield, fully embraced his new role as the village poet laureate. His sonnets, once hidden online, were now proudly displayed in the village square, attracting a surprisingly large and enthusiastic audience. His apologies were delivered through exquisitely crafted poems, each one a testament to his newfound honesty and artistic skill. His blacksmithing skills remained undeveloped, but the villagers didn't seem to mind, particularly given the quality of his now famous Ode to a Slightly Overbaked Loaf of Bread. The royal messenger, having narrowly avoided royal imprisonment, focused on his new assignment, delivering love letters across the kingdom. His newfound responsibility meant fewer stand-up comedy routines, but he found an unexpected creative outlet in composing witty and charming love letters. His apologies, delivered through cleverly crafted messages, were filled with charm and humility, showcasing his unique talent for wordplay. He even managed to win over the royal court with a series of humorous letters describing his misadventures with the royal guards, resulting in a promotion and a newfound respect for the art of the well-crafted apology. The process of forgiveness wasn't instant or easy. There were awkward encounters, hesitant conversations, and a few more hurled turnips, mostly thrown in jest, but the shared experience of scandal, the collective embarrassment, and the surprisingly cathartic laughter forged a bond of unity within the village. The medieval dating app, a source of initial chaos and confusion, ironically brought the community closer together. It highlighted the inherent flaws in human nature, the universality of seeking connection, and the surprising power of laughter in bridging divides. The lessons learned were not about the intricacies of medieval digital communication, but the importance of honesty, the beauty of imperfection, and the surprising strength of a community bound by shared laughter and a healthy dose of self-awareness. The tale concluded not with a perfect resolution, but with the warm glow of a village transformed, its inhabitants wiser, closer, and armed with a wealth of hilarious stories to tell their grandchildren, stories which would be embellished with every retelling, further solidifying the legendary status of the great medieval dating app debacle. The village, once divided by secrets, was now united by the shared experience of their collective absurdity, a testament to the enduring power of forgiveness and the unwavering human need for connection, even and especially in the most hilariously chaotic circumstances. The legacy of the app, far from being one of failure, became a foundation for a stronger, more empathetic, and undeniably more humorous community. And that, perhaps, was the most surprising and satisfying outcome of all. The moral of the story? Even disastrous dating ventures can lead to unexpected community growth, particularly when fueled by well-placed apologies, surprisingly catchy ballads, and, of course, a generous supply of delicious alchemy-infused pastries. Chapter 5. The Tournament of Love. The aftermath of the great medieval dating app debacle had left the village of Oakhaven in a state of bewildered amusement. The initial shock had given way to a peculiar camaraderie, forged in the fires of shared embarrassment and the surprisingly catchy ballad of Sir Reginald and his garden gnome nemesis. But life, even in the Middle Ages, didn't wait for anyone to catch their breath. And so, amidst the lingering aroma of Bartholomew's anti-anxiety sourdough and the faint echoes of Lord Elmsworth's surprisingly heartfelt poetry, a new chapter began. The grand medieval dating competition. The idea, hatched by Sister Agnes, naturally with a hefty dose of strategic marketing, was simple enough. A series of challenges designed to test the suitors' prowess in various medieval skills, subtly showcasing their personalities, and, let's be honest, their ability to avoid disastrous romantic entanglements. The prizes? A hefty sum of gold, donated anonymously, possibly by a repentant Lord Elmsworth, a year's supply of Bartholomew's pastries, a prize coveted even by the most stoic knight, and, of course, the ultimate prize, the hand of their chosen partner. The competition kicked off with a flourish, or rather a series of unfortunate mishaps. Sir Reginald, still recovering from his garden gnome trauma, attempted a display of horsemanship, only to find himself catapulted into a mud puddle, his steed bolting off in the direction of the neighboring village, presumably to start a rival dating app. His valiant attempt to regain control, however, earned him unexpected points for sheer determination, a quality deemed surprisingly attractive by several of the contestants. Lady Beatrice, ever the picture of composure, showcased her exceptional embroidery skills, creating a tapestry depicting the competition itself, a self-aware masterpiece that subtly mocked Reginald's mud wrestling debacle. Her skill, precision, and self-deprecating humor captivated the judges, earning her a significant lead. The tapestry, however, became a target of intense debate amongst the judges, many of whom couldn't agree on the merits of Reginald's muddy visage being immortalized in such an otherwise perfect artwork. The debate ended with a tie-breaking coin flip. Lord Elmsworth, having abandoned farming for poetry, entered the competition with a flair for the dramatic. His sonnet about the virtues of a strong work ethic was lauded for its sincerity, though his accompanying interpretive dance, involving a rather alarming amount of flailing limbs, was met with mixed reactions. His poetry, however, was deemed unexpectedly insightful, a pleasant surprise for those who remembered his prior attempts at aristocratic pretenses. The next challenge involved identifying various types of poisonous mushrooms. Sister Agnes, unsurprisingly, aced this round, much to the disappointment of her fellow contestants and the slight bewilderment of the audience, who suddenly found themselves contemplating the finer points of Amanita phalloides. Agnes, ever practical, then organized a workshop on poisonous mushroom identification for all participants. It was an oddly compelling and popular afternoon. Bartholomew, the alchemist baker, approached the competition with a unique strategy. His culinary creations, designed to enhance romantic appeal, ranged from Love Potion No. 9, a surprisingly potent ginger cookie, to Heartbreak Healer, a surprisingly effective chocolate truffle. The effect of his Love Potion was certainly memorable, if somewhat unpredictable. Many contestants reported vivid dreams of flying pigs and singing vegetables, and one unfortunate judge had to be taken away on a stretcher after a rather intense experience with the truth serum marzipan. His unique approach, while bizarre, won him points for originality, a quality always appreciated in a dating competition. Thorin Oakenshield, the blacksmith turned poet, chose to express his affections through the medium of verse. His sonnet to his chosen love, featuring an unexpected metaphor involving a well-forged horseshoe, was both romantic and surprisingly relatable. His work proved unexpectedly touching to many contestants, and especially to his target. His work also proved surprisingly effective. The royal messenger, having learned from his past mistakes, focused on his newfound talent for witty communication. His love letter, delivered with impeccable timing and flair, charmed his chosen partner with a series of carefully chosen puns and a sly reference to their shared experience with the dating app. The judges were impressed by his ability to craft a message of intent that was both humorous and heartfelt. The judges felt the effort had great sincerity, despite the somewhat silly nature. The final challenge proved to be the most unpredictable, a jousting tournament where the knights had to rescue their chosen damsels from a mock dragon, played by Bartholomew, impressively clad in a rather convincing, if slightly flammable, costume. Reginald, once again demonstrating his surprising tenacity, managed to win this round, despite nearly setting Bartholomew ablaze with a rogue torch. His victory speech, delivered from atop his steed, miraculously recovered from the neighboring village, was less articulate and more a joyous yell of relief. But to his surprise, he captured the hearts of many with his simple words. The results were announced amidst a flurry of cheers, jeers, and the clinking of tankards. The winners, declared by Sister Agnes with a flourish of her nun's habit, were a surprising mix of personalities. Lady Beatrice and her charming tapestry, Lord Elmsworth and his surprisingly moving poetry, and Sir Reginald, his victory surprisingly less to do with prowess and more of the charm of sincere goofiness. Other contestants were paired off in unexpected but rather pleasant combinations. The competition didn't just find love, it created new bonds, friendships, and a stronger sense of community. The shared experience, the laughter, and the surprisingly palatable alchemy-infused pastries created a legacy that far surpassed the initial purpose of the event. The grand medieval dating competition, despite its initial chaos, was a resounding success. It proved that even in the most unconventional of circumstances, love could blossom, and that sometimes the most memorable moments are the ones that are utterly and delightfully ridiculous. The village of Oakhaven, once scarred by the great medieval dating app debacle, had found a new and much more humorous way to connect, to forgive, and to find love, all while creating memories that would be recounted for generations to come, each retelling more embellished, more fantastical, and more hilarious than the last. The tale of the competition would become a cornerstone of Oakhaven's history, a testament to the enduring power of laughter, resilience, and the undeniable, if sometimes chaotic, pursuit of love. The village now had a collective memory of silly triumphs and hilarious mishaps, a tapestry woven not with threads of silk and gold, but with laughter and love, binding its inhabitants together in a way even Sister Agnes hadn't anticipated. The most surprising outcome, the competition, inadvertently solved the village's social problems and established Oakhaven as a hotspot for medieval romance and culinary innovation, all thanks to the power of community, alchemy-infused pastries, and a healthy dose of good-natured chaos. The following day dawned bright, promising a fresh wave of romantic misadventures. The second round of the Tournament of Love was less about physical prowess and more about the subtle art of, well, not quite seduction, but something akin to carefully orchestrated awkwardness. The first challenge involved composing a love sonnet. Now one might expect chivalrous declarations of undying devotion, flowery language, and perhaps a tasteful metaphor involving a sunrise. Instead, what unfolded was a bizarre parade of poetic mishaps. Lord Elmsworth, still riding the high of his interpretive dance triumph, attempted a sonnet focused on the metaphorical qualities of manure, arguing that its transformative nature mirrored the potential for growth within a relationship. The judges, while appreciating the unique perspective, found the imagery somewhat less than romantic. One judge was even observed discreetly wiping manure from her silken gown. Sir Reginald, spurred on by his jousting victory, decided to tackle the sonnet with a surprisingly self-aware approach. His poem was a hilarious, albeit slightly self-deprecating, recounting of his various romantic failures, culminating in a surprisingly touching plea for a second chance. His honesty, coupled with his generally charming goofiness, unexpectedly charmed several of the contestants. It also earned him a hearty laugh from the majority of the audience, which certainly didn't hurt his chances. Lady Beatrice, however, delivered a sonnet so perfectly crafted, so exquisitely elegant, and so subtly mocking of the other participants that it bordered on offensive. It was a masterpiece of subtle satire, leaving the judges in stunned silence before erupting into a fit of appreciative laughter. The poem elegantly described the flaws and eccentricities of the various contestants, using clever wordplay to highlight their foibles without being overtly cruel. It was a risky strategy, but one that paid off handsomely. Bartholomew, never one to shy away from the unconventional, attempted a sonnet in the form of a gingerbread cookie. The poem, painstakingly iced onto the cookie, was nearly indecipherable, but the judges appreciated the effort, mostly because it smelled delicious. The aroma alone seemed to enhance the romantic atmosphere, oddly enough. One judge, overcome by the aroma, declared it a masterpiece, while another questioned the sanitary nature of edible poetry. The debate was lively, to say the least. The second challenge involved a surprisingly complex game of medieval charades. The contestants had to act out various romantic scenarios, including proposing marriage, rescuing a damsel from a tower, and battling a fearsome dragon, again Bartholomew, this time less flammable. The results were predictably chaotic. Sir Reginald, bless his heart, attempted to depict a romantic proposal, ending up instead inadvertently proposing to a goose. The goose, seemingly unimpressed, honked loudly and waddled off. Lord Elmsworth's attempt at rescuing a damsel involved a dramatic leap from a hay bale, followed by a spectacular tumble. The damsel, who was, in actuality, a surprisingly agile Sister Agnes in disguise, did a double take and then gave an appreciative smile. Lady Beatrice, ever composed, executed her charades with impeccable grace and a subtle, almost imperceptible sense of humor. Her portrayal of battling a dragon, in particular, was a masterpiece of understated physical comedy. She was able to elicit genuine laughter from the audience while remaining dignified and charming. Her graceful demeanor was impressive. Bartholomew, however, outdid himself. His rendition of a romantic proposal involved an elaborate series of alchemical concoctions, exploding flowers, and a surprisingly accurate imitation of a singing frog. The sheer absurdity of the performance garnered him many points, even though it was less about romantic skill and more sheer theatrical talent. Many of the spectators expressed feelings of having been greatly entertained. The judges had to intervene when his concoctions threatened to set the arena on fire. The third challenge was a medieval version of blind date, but with a twist. The contestants were given descriptions of potential partners, written naturally in elegant calligraphy, and had to identify their matches based solely on the descriptions, often cryptic and wildly inaccurate details. The descriptions are a mixture of humorous exaggeration and outright falsehoods. The challenge resulted in many mismatched pairings, including Lord Elmsworth, who, based on an overly enthusiastic description of a lover who could wield a scythe with the grace of a swan, ended up with the village blacksmith who, coincidentally, worked on a nearby swan pond. Sir Reginald, despite having described his ideal partner as someone who doesn't mind getting muddy, ended up with Lady Beatrice, who, despite her elegance, found Sir Reginald's endearing clumsiness rather appealing. Her witty comments about his charmingly chaotic nature seemed to endear her to him further. Their pairing was unexpected, but also surprisingly well suited. The unexpected pairing seemed only to further solidify their romantic bond. Bartholomew, whose description emphasized a love for explosive romance and the subtle art of pyrotechnics, found a surprising match in Sister Agnes, who, in a delightful turn of events, revealed a secret passion for alchemy and the occasional well-placed firework. The final challenge, and perhaps the most revealing, was a series of intimate interviews where the contestants had to discuss their deepest hopes, fears, and expectations of a medieval romance. This surprisingly honest and emotional round allowed the contestants to reveal their true selves, away from the absurd challenges that dominated the previous rounds. What followed were deeply moving confessions and humorous anecdotes. Sir Reginald revealed a surprising depth of emotional vulnerability, confessing his fear of commitment and admitting he didn't know how to properly express his feelings for Lady Beatrice. His honesty touched his audience and charmed Lady Beatrice deeply. Lady Beatrice, in turn, admitted her lifelong desire for a partner who made her laugh, further endearing her to the previously clumsy and accident-prone knight. Bartholomew revealed a surprisingly romantic side, expressing his deep longing for someone who shared his passion for alchemy and baking, revealing a tender side beneath his outwardly eccentric demeanor. His deep confession charmed Sister Agnes. His tender confessions surprised and charmed Sister Agnes. Lord Elmsworth, remarkably, admitted to an unexpected talent for poetry and a surprisingly genuine desire for a companion who appreciated his unconventional style, even if his poetry was more than a little questionable. His deep confessions impressed many. The Tournament of Love, in its messy, chaotic, and utterly hilarious way, proved to be a resounding success. It wasn't just about finding romantic partners, it was about forging new connections, revealing hidden talents, and laughing in the face of absurdity. The village of Oakhaven, once scarred by the great medieval dating app debacle, had found a new and far more enjoyable way to navigate the unpredictable waters of love, proving that sometimes the most memorable moments are the ones that are utterly and delightfully ridiculous. The shared experiences, the laughter, and the surprisingly delicious, if occasionally explosive, culinary creations had already formed the cornerstones of a new era for Oakhaven, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, the power of laughter, and the undeniable pursuit of love, even when dealing with garden gnomes, exploding flowers, and the occasional well-meaning goose. The final day of the Tournament of Love dawned, not with the chivalrous fanfare one might expect, but with the frantic clucking of a particularly aggressive hen that had somehow made its way into the judging pavilion. This, however, was deemed entirely appropriate given the events of the previous days. The final challenge, a test of collaborative problem solving, proved to be the most revealing. Teams were formed not by choice, but by a rather chaotic lottery system overseen by a slightly inebriated town crier who seemed more interested in reciting limericks than ensuring fairness. The resulting teams were as unpredictable as the weather in a medieval spring. Lady Beatrice, renowned for her wit and elegance, was paired with Bartholomew, whose penchant for explosive alchemical concoctions was only rivaled by his uncanny ability to imitate the mating calls of various woodland creatures. Their initial interactions were strained, to say the least. Beatrice, accustomed to a certain level of refined discourse, found Bartholomew's enthusiastic pronouncements on the merits of fermented turnip juice somewhat less than stimulating. Bartholomew, on the other hand, was initially intimidated by Beatrice's sharp wit and regal demeanor, fearing his less than refined experiments might offend her sensibilities. However, as they tackled the challenge, building a functioning trebuchet out of entirely inedible materials, a stipulation added by the increasingly eccentric judges, a strange synergy began to develop. Beatrice's strategic mind complemented Bartholomew's chaotic creativity, while Bartholomew concocted a bizarre glue from crushed snails and elderflower cordial, a questionable decision that resulted in a brief but intense debate regarding the health code. Beatrice meticulously designed the trebuchet's structure, ensuring that the contraption wouldn't collapse under the weight of a particularly oversized cabbage, the projectile of choice. Their collaboration wasn't just about building a trebuchet, it was a study in contrasts. Beatrice, initially horrified by Bartholomew's use of a surprisingly sentient garden gnome as a structural support, eventually came to appreciate his unconventional problem solving. Bartholomew, in turn, found himself impressed by Beatrice's ability to maintain composure even when faced with a gnome attempting to commandeer the catapult. The gnome, named Gerald, proved to be a surprisingly effective motivational speaker for the duo. Meanwhile, Sir Reginald and Lord Elmsworth, initially rivals in the jousting competition, found themselves thrust into an unlikely alliance. Their initial attempts at cooperation were hindered by a series of minor disasters. Elmsworth's attempts to incorporate interpretive dance into their construction plan resulted in several near misses with the judges, one of whom was sent flying into a nearby haystack after an ill-timed pirouette. Reginald, meanwhile, struggled to understand Elmsworth's complex dance metaphors. The trebuchet design resembled nothing so much as an elaborate, unstable sculpture of medieval proportions. However, through a combination of stubbornness, accidental brilliance, and a shared appreciation for mediocre ale, they managed to construct a functional, if somewhat wobbly, trebuchet. Their teamwork improved to the extent they were able to successfully launch the cabbage. The surprisingly effective teamwork highlighted the ability of unlikely alliances to overcome conflict. Their success in this particular challenge surprised many spectators and the judges alike. Their collaboration was not without its bumps, though. Elmsworth, in a moment of inspired lunacy, decided to decorate the trebuchet with wildflowers, a decision that was met with some disapproval from Reginald, who worried about the structural integrity of their rather questionable creation. Ultimately, however, it was their shared frustration and occasional bursts of laughter that cemented their bond. Sister Agnes, ever the pragmatist, found herself paired with a surprisingly meek blacksmith named Cuthbert. Initially, she was slightly disappointed. She'd secretly hoped to be paired with Bartholomew, whose chaotic energy she found strangely appealing. However, Cuthbert, although quiet, proved to be remarkably resourceful. His expertise in metallurgy, combined with Agnes's knowledge of herbs and engineering prowess, resulted in a trebuchet that surpassed all others in both elegance and efficiency. Agnes later confessed she found Cuthbert's quiet determination to be more appealing than Bartholomew's boisterous theatrics. The surprising pairing generated great admiration. The rivalry between Lady Beatrice and Lord Elmsworth, however, continued to simmer. Even within the confines of their separate teams, they traded witty barbs and sarcastic compliments. Their competition, while fierce, was never entirely devoid of mutual respect. There was a sense that both of them knew they were facing strong opposition and felt a mutual respect for their respective abilities. The friendly rivalry seemed to only spur them to greater efforts and inspired creativity in their respective challenges. The final competition results did, in fact, highlight their competitive spirit and achievements. The culmination of the Tournament of Love was not a clear-cut victory, but rather a celebration of unexpected alliances, surprising talents, and the enduring power of laughter in the face of absurdity. Bartholomew's team took home the prize for the most innovative design, while Agnes and Cuthbert won for the most efficient trebuchet. Sir Reginald and Lord Elmsworth, despite their initial struggles, received the award for most improved teamwork, a nod to their ability to overcome their differences and collaborate effectively. The tournament had accomplished something far more profound than simply finding romantic partners. It had bridged the gaps between rivalries, fostered unexpected friendships, and brought a town together in a shared experience of chaotic, joyful absurdity. The Tournament of Love, in its magnificent and hilariously unexpected conclusion, proved that even in the most unconventional of settings, connections can blossom in ways no one could have predicted. The shared experiences of near disasters, creative solutions, and uproarious laughter forged bonds that transcended the initial objectives of the competition. The townsfolk celebrated not just the winners, but the shared journey of the tournament, a journey that had transformed rivalries into friendships and fostered a spirit of collaboration and goodwill that permeated Oakhaven in the weeks and months to follow. The legacy of the tournament extended far beyond the immediate results, shaping the social fabric of the town in a positive and an unexpected way. The sheer joy and absurdity of the competition had left a lasting impact on the lives of the participants and the community, proving that sometimes the most remarkable stories are the ones that are utterly and delightfully ridiculous. The final judging commenced not with a flourish of trumpets, but a squawk. Gerald the gnome, having apparently escaped Bartholomew's trebuchet, had taken up residence atop the judge's table, using a half-eaten sausage as a makeshift throne. Judge Mildred, a woman whose patience was as thin as her spectacles, attempted to shoo him away, only to receive a surprisingly eloquent lecture on the importance of gnome rights in medieval society. The judges, thoroughly bewildered, decided to simply incorporate Gerald into the proceedings, awarding bonus points to any team that included the miniature monarch in their final presentation. The awards ceremony was a masterclass in controlled chaos. Bartholomew, ever the showman, accepted the award for most innovative trebuchet design, mostly for the sentient gnome feature, with a dramatic flourish, promptly tripping over his own feet and landing in a pile of wildflowers provided by Lord Elmsworth's team. He emerged, covered in petals, proclaiming his love for floral arrangements and the inherent unpredictability of life, sentiments that were met with a mixture of laughter and applause. His team also received an honorary award for most likely to cause a small-scale environmental disaster, a testament to their unique approach to engineering. Agnes and Cuthbert's victory for most efficient trebuchet was received with quiet dignity. Cuthbert, still blushing from the unexpected attention, mumbled his thanks, while Agnes, ever the composed pragmatist, offered a concise yet insightful analysis of the construction techniques that led to their success. Their trebuchet, a masterpiece of simple elegance and effective engineering, was later dismantled and carefully studied by the local guild of blacksmiths, inspiring a new wave of efficient and practical designs. Their triumph became a study in quiet efficiency, a stark contrast to the boisterous achievements of Bartholomew's team. The contrasting styles revealed the varied paths to achievement, highlighting that diverse approaches could both contribute to innovation and success. Sir Reginald and Lord Elmsworth, despite their initial struggles, accepted the Most Improved Teamwork Award with a surprisingly heartfelt embrace. Reginald, shedding a single manly tear, or possibly a stray piece of hay, confessed that he had learned the value of incorporating interpretive dance into his problem-solving strategies, a revelation that prompted Elmsworth to launch into an impromptu jig. Their award served as a symbol for transformation and acceptance of previously differing beliefs. But the Tournament of Love wasn't just about the winners. It was also about the heartbreaks, the near misses, and the unexpected connections forged in the crucible of competition. Lady Beatrice, despite her wit and strategic brilliance, found herself unexpectedly single. While she had appreciated Bartholomew's chaotic charm, she realized their differences were perhaps too significant for a long-term relationship. Their collaboration was a remarkable feat, but not a romantic match. Beatrice, known for her resilience, accepted the result gracefully, noting that the experience had taught her the importance of recognizing her own unique needs and desires in a potential partner. Lord Percival, a dashing knight known for his impeccable grooming habits and impressive collection of polished boots, failed to impress any of the eligible ladies. His carefully crafted profile, boasting of his prowess in jousting and his extensive knowledge of medieval etiquette, fell flat, leaving him with nothing but a lingering sense of disappointment and a surplus of meticulously shined boots. Percival's defeat was a reminder that outward appearances and social standing do not necessarily guarantee success in matters of the heart. The tournament proved that genuine connection requires more than mere external displays of success. Sister Hildegard, a woman whose piety was only matched by her passion for competitive baking, suffered a crushing defeat in the culinary challenge. Her ambitious attempt to create a 7-tiered cake depicting the history of Oakhaven resulted in a spectacular collapse, leaving her in tears and covered in buttercream frosting. However, Cuthbert, ever the considerate soul, rushed to her side with a comforting handkerchief and a sympathetic ear, offering his own baking talents for her next attempt. Hildegard's culinary failure evolved into an unexpected moment of affection that defied the competitive boundaries of the tournament. The tournament of love, while aiming for romantic conquests, ultimately achieved something much greater. It showcased the unexpected connections that arise from shared experiences, overcoming obstacles, and embracing the absurd. It fostered a sense of community in Oakhaven, transcending the initial goal and leaving behind a legacy of laughter, unexpected friendships, and a shared sense of community. The town's baker, inspired by Sister Hildegard's failed culinary masterpiece, created a new line of disaster cakes, which became a local sensation. The tournament's legacy extended far beyond its initial intentions, shaping the social fabric of the town in profound and unexpected ways. The weeks following the tournament saw an increase in both unexpected friendships and blossoming romances. Bartholomew and Gerald, their bond solidified through shared adventure, were often seen strolling through the town, engaging in philosophical debates and impromptu gnome-centric theater. Sir Reginald and Lord Elmsworth became unlikely partners in a new town initiative, combining Reginald's practicality with Elmsworth's artistic flair to create a series of community murals. Agnes and Cuthbert, their collaborations a testament to quiet efficiency, discovered a shared love for tinkering, resulting in an invention of a revolutionary new type of self-cleaning oven, a true marvel for medieval times. Even Lady Beatrice, despite her initial romantic setbacks, found herself drawn to a quiet scholar named Thomas, whose love for ancient texts and intellectual discourse proved to be a captivating contrast to her own sharp wit. The tournament of love, in its chaotic glory, proved that even in a world of jousting knights, sentient gnomes, and explosive alchemical concoctions, the human heart, with all its desires and disappointments, seeks connection and understanding. It was a reminder that success isn't always about achieving a specific goal, but about embracing the journey with all its triumphs and heartbreaks, and celebrating the unexpected connections and enduring bonds that emerge along the way. The absurdity of the tournament became its greatest strength. Its legacy extended beyond romantic connections, shaping the social fabric of Oakhaven and showcasing the enduring power of laughter, collaboration, and shared experience. The story of the Tournament of Love became a cherished tale in Oakhaven's folklore, a reminder of the time when love, laughter, and a surprisingly eloquent gnome changed the course of the town's history forever. The tournament's enduring legacy transcended its initial purpose, creating a testament to the unpredictable and often hilarious nature of love and life itself. The dust, quite literally, had settled on the Tournament of Love, the celebratory bonfire, fueled by discarded trebuchet parts and the remnants of Lord Elmsworth's spectacularly failed attempt at a chocolate fountain, had dwindled to embers. The air, thick with the scent of wood smoke and slightly singed marshmallows, still hummed with the residual energy of the competition, but the real aftermath, the quiet ripple effect of the event, was only just beginning. Lady Beatrice, for instance, found herself surprisingly unfazed by her lack of romantic conquest, while the dashing Bartholomew had certainly provided a memorable and occasionally explosive experience. She realized his brand of chaotic charm was ultimately incompatible with her own preference for meticulously planned picnics and predictable weather patterns. She'd learned a valuable lesson. A shared love of trebuchets did not automatically translate to a shared love of life. Instead of wallowing in romantic disappointment, Beatrice threw herself into her work, devising a new system of crop rotation that promised to revolutionize Oakhaven's harvest. Her single status, she declared, afforded her the freedom to pursue her true passions without the distraction of romantic entanglements. Or, as she put it more succinctly, no more exploding chocolate fountains. Thank you very much. Lord Percival, meanwhile, remained stubbornly single. His meticulously polished boots, however, remained a testament to his unwavering commitment to personal grooming. He'd even invested in a new boot polishing kit, boasting an array of specialized brushes and exotic waxes imported from distant lands. His dating app profile, however, remained stagnant, a monument to the limitations of outward presentation in the face of genuine connection. He had received a surprising number of messages, mostly from bootmakers, eager to discuss the merits of different leather treatments. He considered this a mixed blessing. He had inadvertently found a niche community, a testament to the fact that passion can find you in the most unexpected places, albeit not quite the passionate romance he initially sought. He started hosting boot polishing workshops, attracting a surprisingly large following of enthusiasts fascinated by the intricacies of medieval footwear maintenance. His defeat in love had led to an unexpected mastery of boot care and a surprising amount of social fulfillment. Sister Hildegard, whose culinary ambitions had resulted in a spectacular cake-related catastrophe, found solace in the unexpected kindness of Cuthbert. Their shared love of baking, he had been quietly impressed by her ambitious, albeit structurally unsound creation, blossomed into a beautiful friendship filled with shared recipes, flour-dusted laughter, and surprisingly sophisticated discussions about the merits of different yeast strains. They even collaborated on a cookbook titled From Catastrophe to Cake, a baker's guide to triumphant baking, even when things go wrong. It became a local bestseller, proving that even culinary disasters could pave the way for heartwarming collaborations and successful ventures. Hildegard's disappointment transformed into a recipe for success, both culinary and personal. The medieval dating app, meanwhile, experienced a surge in popularity. The Tournament of Love, in its gloriously chaotic way, had acted as a massive marketing campaign. Users flooded the app with tales of their own romantic victories and spectacular failures, transforming the platform from a niche tool for medieval matchmaking into a vibrant online community. Profiles were updated with new pictures, showcasing the participants' post-tournament adventures. Bartholomew added a picture of himself with Gerald, the gnome perched regally on his shoulder, accompanied by a witty caption about the unexpected joys of gnome friendship. Agnes and Cuthbert proudly displayed a photograph of their new self-cleaning oven, a testament to the ingenuity born from collaboration. Even the judges, initially overwhelmed by the chaos of the tournament, found themselves transformed. Judge Mildred, who had initially considered Gerald the gnome a nuisance, discovered a surprising fondness for the miniature monarch, often seeking his somewhat cryptic advice on matters of personal and professional significance. She even started incorporating gnome-themed riddles into her judicial pronouncements, much to the amusement of the Oakhaven court. The tournament proved to be a catalyst for unexpected change across the board, influencing not just personal lives, but also the town's traditions. The Blacksmith's Guild, inspired by Agnes and Cuthbert's efficient trebuchet design, developed a range of new tools and equipment. Lord Elmsworth, spurred on by his Most Improved Teamwork award, turned his artistic talents to creating magnificent stained glass windows for the Oakhaven Cathedral. These windows depicted scenes from the tournament, capturing the essence of its chaotic charm and unexpected friendships. The town itself underwent a transformation, with vibrant new murals adorning the town square, a testament to the collaboration between Sir Reginald and Lord Elmsworth. These murals depicted scenes from the tournament, weaving together humor, history, and a shared sense of community. The event that was supposed to be merely about finding love redefined and enhanced communal life. The impact of the Tournament of Love was far-reaching and long-lasting. It wasn't just about the romantic pairings, or lack thereof. It was about the shared experiences, the unexpected friendships, and the enduring power of laughter in the face of adversity. The dating app's initial purpose seemed almost incidental compared to the broad cultural impact it engendered. It reminded everyone that life, even in medieval times, was a chaotic, unpredictable, and often hilarious journey. A journey best navigated with friends, a sense of humor, and perhaps a well-polished pair of boots. The tale of the Tournament of Love became a legend, a story passed down through generations of Oakhaven residents, a reminder that even in the most unexpected circumstances, love, laughter, and a tiny but eloquent gnome can change the course of history, and perhaps, just perhaps, help you find the perfect pair of boots. Chapter 6, Happily Ever After or Not. The Tournament of Love, a whirlwind of medieval matchmaking and surprisingly effective trebuchet-based challenges, had faded into a tapestry of shared memories, but its threads continued to weave themselves into the fabric of Oakhaven's daily life. creating unexpected patterns of connection and growth. Agnes, the blacksmith's daughter, found herself less focused on romantic pursuits and more enthralled by the unexpected collaboration with Cuthbert, the baker. Their shared passion for innovation, born from the ashes of Sister Hildegard's disastrous cake creation, had sparked a revolution in Oakhaven's culinary and technological landscape. Their self-cleaning oven, a marvel of engineering that combined Cuthbert's baking expertise with Agnes's blacksmithing prowess, became the envy of the entire village. Orders poured in, not just for the ovens themselves, but for custom-designed baking tools forged by Agnes, each piece bearing the elegant inscription, "Baked with love and a touch of ingenuity." Their success story, splashed across the pages of the Oakhaven Gazette, became a local legend, proof that unlikely partnerships could lead to unexpected triumphs. The Gazette, incidentally, had undergone its own transformation, now featuring a regular column on medieval technological advances, penned by Agnes and illustrated with whimsical drawings by Cuthbert. Meanwhile, Bartholomew, the knight whose romantic endeavors had been as volatile as his temper, found a surprising source of solace in the unlikely friendship of Gerald, the gnome. Gerald, initially a prop in Bartholomew's dating app profile, had become a true companion, his cryptic pronouncements surprisingly insightful and his miniature stature strangely calming. Their unlikely bond, documented via a series of charming and often hilarious Instagram-esque posts on the medieval dating app, garnered a significant following, proving that genuine connection could blossom in the most unexpected places. Bartholomew, who once prided himself on his prowess with a sword, now found equal fulfillment in the quiet companionship of his gnome friend, learning the art of miniature gardening and crafting tiny, exquisitely detailed, gnome-sized armors. Sir Reginald, the perpetually brooding knight, whose profile picture featured a majestic but slightly menacing griffin, discovered a hidden talent for pottery. Inspired by the vibrant colors of the Tournament of Love's banners, he began crafting intricate ceramic mugs, each uniquely decorated with scenes depicting the tournament's most memorable and hilarious moments. His mugs, surprisingly functional and aesthetically pleasing, became popular souvenirs, turning his initial dating app failure into an unexpected entrepreneurial success. He even opened a small pottery studio, adorned with pictures from the tournament, transforming a period of romantic disappointment into a thriving artistic enterprise. The studio, he decided, would be open for workshops, thus combining his initial quest for love with a passion for teaching others how to craft clay goblets. The Tournament of Love also inadvertently spurred a revival of traditional crafts in Oakhaven. Inspired by the judges' intricate costumes, local weavers created new designs, incorporating elements of heraldry and whimsical animal imagery. The demand for their textiles skyrocketed, turning a local craft into a profitable enterprise that provided employment for many villagers. The competition itself had unintentionally fostered a spirit of collaboration and innovation, transforming the town's economic landscape in a significant way. Oakhaven, once a quaint village, was now on the cusp of a creative renaissance, all thanks to a slightly absurd medieval dating app. Even Lord Elmsworth, whose chocolate fountain fiasco had almost brought down the entire tournament, found redemption. His Most Improved Teamwork award, bestowed upon him more for his enthusiastic participation than his actual competence, had unexpectedly ignited a spark of creativity. Instead of wallowing in self-pity, he channeled his artistic energy into a series of whimsical plays, drawing inspiration from the tournament's chaotic events and the eccentric personalities of its participants. His plays, performed in the town square, became a major attraction, drawing crowds from neighboring villages. His disastrous chocolate fountain attempts became legendary, his failures immortalized in his plays. Sister Hildegard, whose baking mishaps had provided much amusement during the tournament, became a sought-after baking consultant, offering advice and guidance to aspiring bakers throughout the region. Her cookbook, From Catastrophe to Cake, became a regional bestseller, inspiring countless bakers and inspiring countless more disastrous cakes. She found a new love, not in romance, but in community, in sharing her baking wisdom and leading a village-wide bake-off during the yearly harvest festival, complete with a juried competition judged on creativity and flavor rather than structural integrity. The medieval dating app, initially conceived as a tool for matchmaking, had transformed into a vibrant online community, a testament to the enduring power of human connection. Profiles were updated not only with relationship statuses, but also with personal achievements, artistic endeavors, and a myriad of amusing anecdotes from the Tournament of Love. It had become a platform for sharing experiences, celebrating successes, and commiserating over failures, fostering a sense of camaraderie and shared identity among its users. The platform, originally designed for finding love, unintentionally evolved into a forum that strengthened a sense of community. Even the judges, initially skeptical of the app's success and the whole idea of a tournament of love, found themselves charmed by its unexpected consequences. Judge Mildred, who had once dismissed Gerald the gnome as a nuisance, became a devoted follower, seeking his often cryptic advice on matters of justice and personal conduct. Her judicial pronouncements now incorporated gnome-inspired riddles, much to the amusement of the Oakhaven court. She even started knitting gnome-sized robes, a testament to the profound transformation sparked by a tournament conceived purely as a means of matching eligible medieval singles. The long-term impact of the Tournament of Love extended far beyond the realm of romance. It fostered collaboration, ignited creativity, and strengthened community bonds in unexpected ways. It proved that even the most absurd of endeavors could lead to profound and positive changes, reminding everyone that life, even in the medieval world, was a chaotic, unpredictable, and often hilarious journey, best traveled with friends, a sense of humor, and perhaps a well-polished pair of boots, or a self-cleaning oven. The legend of the Tournament of Love would forever resonate within Oakhaven's annals, a timeless tale of unexpected friendships, comical mishaps, and the remarkable ability of human connection to reshape a community and reinvent individual lives. The very concept of happily ever after, once reduced to romantic pairings, expanded to encompass community, creativity, and the lasting bonds forged through shared laughter and the occasional catastrophic chocolate fountain. The aftermath of the Tournament of Love wasn't just about who ended up with whom. It was a seismic shift in Oakhaven's social fabric, a ripple effect of romantic ambition and accidental innovation. Take, for instance, the case of Barnaby, the village tailor, whose initial attempts at crafting a romantic profile had involved a rather unfortunate incident with a goose and a poorly placed embroidery needle. His profile, initially a chaotic jumble of badly spelled words and images of slightly too enthusiastically embroidered trousers, had somehow, inexplicably, attracted the attention of Ilara, a renowned and notoriously picky herbalist. Ilara, renowned for her discerning palate and even more discerning taste in men, had found Barnaby's disastrous profile strangely endearing. Their unlikely connection, born from a shared appreciation for the absurd, led to an unexpected collaboration. Ilara, inspired by Barnaby's rather flamboyant needlework, began incorporating unusual herbs and dyes into her fabrics, creating garments with astonishingly vibrant and unique colors. Barnaby, in turn, learned the art of herbalism, infusing his clothing with subtle scents that complemented the wearer's complexion and mood. Their combined talents resulted in a fashion revolution in Oakhaven, with their uniquely designed garments becoming highly sought after. Barnaby's once chaotic profile now featured stunning photographs of his new clothing line, each item meticulously designed and imbued with Ilara's herbal magic. This ripple effect was not limited to fashion. The app also inadvertently sparked a renaissance in local music. Percy, the village's resident lute player, whose attempts at composing romantic serenades had previously been met with polite but firmly expressed disinterest, found himself inspired by the tournament of love's chaotic energy. He composed a series of whimsical songs, each telling the story of a different participant's romantic misadventures, setting his melodies to the rhythmic clang of the blacksmith's forge and the lilting calls of the village geese. These songs, imbued with humor and self-awareness, became instant hits, with Percy leading impromptu sing-alongs in the town square, often accompanied by Agnes and Cuthbert's self-cleaning oven, which it turned out had surprisingly good acoustics. Even the app's most notorious glitch, the one that randomly assigned users to interact with completely unsuitable matches, led to unexpected results. For example, Seraphina, the fiercely independent warrior woman whose profile boldly declared, "Seeking a man who can outduel me," was paired with Edgar, the village librarian, whose dating app profile exclusively featured pictures of ancient scrolls and whose romantic approach involved lengthy discussions of the finer points of medieval grammar. Initially horrified by their apparent incompatibility, Seraphina and Edgar found common ground in their shared passion for preserving history. Their conversations, initially awkward and stilted, blossomed into lively debates on the proper interpretation of ancient texts and the strategic use of punctuation. Their unlikely partnership led to the rediscovery of a lost medieval manuscript detailing a previously unknown method of siege warfare. The manuscript, deciphered with Edgar's linguistic expertise and illustrated with Seraphina's artistic flair, became a significant historical find, catapulting both of them to unlikely academic fame. The app's impact on Oakhaven was both pervasive and unpredictable. It revitalized the village economy, fostered creativity, and even influenced the local political landscape. Lord Elmsworth, still recovering from the chocolate fountain incident, used the app's popularity to his political advantage, posting regular updates of his community engagement initiatives, which usually involved awkward attempts at baking and even more awkward attempts at apologizing. Despite the frequent gaffes, his relentless positivity and somewhat bizarre charm won over a surprisingly large number of voters. The app's long-term effects also included a surprising rise in the popularity of falconry. Apparently, several users, inspired by the Tournament of Love's falcon-themed decorations, had taken up the sport, leading to a local falconry club, complete with competitive events and a rather boisterous annual falconry festival. The festival, of course, featured its own unique form of medieval dating rituals, including a very complicated bird-themed courtship dance. Moreover, the app's success led to a surprising influx of tourists eager to witness the legendary Tournament of Love village and to experience the unique charm of Oakhaven. This influx of visitors, in turn, spurred the development of new businesses, creating further opportunities for economic growth and social interaction. However, not all the consequences were positive. The sudden influx of tourists also brought its share of challenges. The once quiet village streets were now teeming with visitors, leading to occasional traffic jams, mostly involving carts and bewildered oxen. Moreover, the increased demand for accommodation strained the village's resources, leading to a temporary shortage of inn rooms and a significant increase in the price of ale. Sister Hildegard, tasked with managing the increased demand for her From Catastrophe to Cake cookbook, found herself unexpectedly in charge of a small-scale publishing empire and a slightly larger amount of stress. She dealt with it by leading weekly stress-baking sessions for the villagers. Despite these challenges, the overall impact of the medieval dating app on Oakhaven was overwhelmingly positive. It fostered a spirit of collaboration, creativity, and community, transforming a sleepy village into a vibrant and dynamic hub of innovation and self-expression. The happily ever after, originally envisioned as a purely romantic concept, had evolved into something much larger, encompassing personal growth, community development, and a newfound appreciation for the unpredictable and often hilarious nature of life itself. The legacy of the Tournament of Love, etched into the heart of Oakhaven's history, was a testament to the transformative power of human connection, even when mediated by the somewhat glitchy interface of a medieval dating app. The story of Oakhaven became a legend whispered throughout the land, a reminder that even the most absurd of endeavors can lead to unexpectedly beautiful and meaningful outcomes. And of course, a cautionary tale about the dangers of poorly designed chocolate fountains. The legacy of the Tournament of Love, however, extended beyond just romantic pairings. It was a celebration of community, friendship, creativity, and the unexpected joys found in a bit of medieval chaos. The happily ever after wasn't always a fairy tale. Sometimes it was a self-cleaning oven, a rediscovered manuscript, or even a surprisingly successful falconry club. And that, after all, was a happily ever after worthy of a song, and perhaps a slightly less disastrous chocolate fountain. The Tournament of Love, with its chaotic pairings and unexpected collaborations, had fundamentally altered the landscape of Oakhaven. But what of the future? Could this nascent digital romance revolution continue to evolve, or would it fade into the annals of history, a quirky footnote in the annals of medieval matchmaking? The answer, it seemed, lay in the potential for technological advancements and the ever-shifting sands of medieval culture. One could imagine, for instance, the development of more sophisticated matchmaking algorithms. The current system, while surprisingly effective in its own chaotic way, relied heavily on chance and the occasional mischievous glitch. A future iteration might incorporate more refined criteria, perhaps based on astrological compatibility, a popular pastime among the medieval elite, or even on a more scientifically grounded assessment of personality traits, determined through intricate observations of handwriting analysis or the careful study of one's choice of herbs in a meticulously designed questionnaire. This, of course, assumes the development of some form of medieval psychological profiling, a fascinating prospect in itself. One can envision earnest scribes poring over quill-written profiles, meticulously categorizing individuals based on their responses to probing questions about their preferred methods of dealing with unruly geese, or their opinions on the proper etiquette of jousting tournaments. The very notion of profiles themselves could undergo a significant transformation. Imagine the emergence of interactive, multimedia profiles using advancements in illuminated manuscript technology. Instead of static images and awkwardly phrased text, future profiles might feature vibrant, moving depictions of potential suitors, perhaps showcasing their skills in falconry, their prowess in battle, or their proficiency in playing the lute, all rendered in painstaking detail by skilled artists. These animated profiles could even incorporate interactive elements, allowing potential matches to engage with the suitor in a virtual environment, perhaps testing their skills in a simulated archery contest or engaging in a debate on the merits of various philosophical schools of thought. The possibility of augmented reality also presents itself. Imagine suitors donning special spectacles, viewing one another not as they appear in reality, but as enhanced versions of themselves, adorned with shimmering halos of virtue or menacing auras of questionable character. The implications of this technological marvel are quite staggering, potentially leading to a whole new level of romantic deception, or perhaps a radical new form of honesty, as individuals are forced to confront their own idealized self-images. However, such technological advancements would inevitably run into the limitations of medieval technology. The infrastructure required to support a sophisticated medieval dating app would be immense. Reliable and consistent power sources would be crucial, a challenge given the limitations of candles, oil lamps, and the occasional unpredictable thunderstorm. The sheer volume of data generated by such an app would require an army of scribes to manually process and record information, potentially resulting in a significant increase in the demand for parchment and quill pens, possibly causing an economic boom for the stationery industry. Of course, maintaining the security of such a system would be another Herculean task, especially given the prevalence of mischievous sprites, mischievous court jesters, and the ever-present threat of espionage. Beyond the technological limitations, The cultural context of medieval society would continue to shape the evolution of medieval dating. The rigid social hierarchies of the time would undoubtedly influence the design and functionality of dating apps. One could imagine separate apps for different social classes with elaborate algorithms designed to prevent matches between, say, a peasant farmer and a noblewoman. The app's design could also be tailored to specific social rituals and customs. For example, courtship might involve a complex series of virtual gift giving in which users could exchange digital versions of precious jewels, rare herbs, or even enchanted artifacts, all rendered with exquisite detail by skilled digital artisans. The societal emphasis on arranged marriages would also play a role. Perhaps future dating apps could incorporate tools to assist with parental vetting, allowing parents to remotely monitor their children's interactions and approve or reject potential matches based on their own criteria. Imagine an app that allows parents to assign a numerical score to potential suitors based on criteria such as lineage, wealth, and agricultural prowess. This would undoubtedly introduce new levels of drama and tension into the medieval dating scene. Despite these challenges and cultural complexities, the future of medieval dating apps holds intriguing possibilities. It is a future that is both technologically limited and yet brimming with imaginative possibilities. It's a future where the absurdity of the app itself becomes intrinsically woven into the very fabric of medieval life. Picture, for example, traveling minstrels incorporating the app's latest updates into their ballads, or court jesters using the app's malfunctions as fodder for their performances. The line between reality and the virtual world blurs, creating a uniquely medieval form of romantic entanglement that could be both hilariously chaotic and deeply moving. The future of medieval dating, then, is not simply about finding love. It's about finding love amidst a world of medieval chaos, technological limitations, and absurdly delightful possibilities. It's a future where the happily ever after remains elusive, but the journey itself becomes a story worth telling and retelling for generations to come. A story filled with knights errant, digital dragons, and the occasional perfectly roasted goose. The future, it seems, is as full of potential as it is delightfully unpredictable. The flickering candlelight cast long shadows across the assembled company, illuminating faces etched with a mixture of exhaustion and bewildered amusement. The tournament of love, that chaotic, exhilarating, and occasionally disastrous experiment in medieval matchmaking, was officially over. Sir Reginald Strongforth, his usually impeccable armor slightly singed from a rogue firework malfunction during the final round, cleared his throat. "Well," he began, his voice a gravelly baritone. "That was something." Lady Beatrice de Beaumont, her normally pristine gown adorned with a smudge of what appeared to be blackberry jam, nodded vigorously. "Something indeed," she echoed, a slight tremor in her usually poised voice. "I've learned more about the complexities of human relationships and the unpredictable nature of enchanted algorithms than a lifetime of courtly dances could ever teach." Their reflections sparked a wave of shared laughter, tinged with the bittersweet acknowledgement of lessons learned, and perhaps more importantly, lessons spectacularly not learned. Jails, The village blacksmith, usually a man of few words, surprisingly emerged as the most vocal of the group. He'd experienced a series of disastrous dates, each more comical than the last. One involved a jousting match gone wrong, resulting in a shattered lance and a mildly concussed suitor. Another involved a disastrous attempt at recreating a romantic candlelit dinner, which ended with a kitchen fire and a very angry chef. "Let's start with the obvious," Giles declared, wiping his soot-stained hands on his apron. "Never trust a profile that claims expertise in both falconry and the delicate art of cheese-making. It's simply too much. It's like promising both world domination and perfectly crisp croissants. Inherently suspect." A wave of knowing nods rippled through the group. Apparently, this was a common pitfall. Agnes, a wise herbalist who'd surprisingly found a surprisingly compatible match, despite her initial skepticism, offered a different perspective. "I learned the value of honesty," she declared. "My profile, unlike many others, focused on my love of medicinal plants rather than fantastical claims of dragon slaying. Turns out, honesty is not only the best policy, but surprisingly attractive." This prompted a flurry of contradictory anecdotes. Sir Reginald, for instance, had discovered that exaggerating one's dragon-slaying prowess on a dating app attracted not only admiring glances, but also a startling number of overly enthusiastic and highly unprepared would-be adventurers, leading to a series of awkward close calls and a significant increase in his laundry bill. He'd learned a valuable lesson in humility, or at least the importance of providing a more accurate assessment of one's dragon-slaying abilities. Meanwhile, young Thomas, a recently knighted squire, discovered that boasting about his family's ancestral lineage, while initially successful in attracting attention, ultimately proved to be a major obstacle. His dates, it turned out, were more interested in his ability to properly sharpen a hunting knife than his lineage's connection to a vaguely mythical king. His lessons included a deeper understanding of practicality and possibly a renewed respect for the humble knife-sharpening skills. The discussion veered into the more technical aspects of the app. The glitches, for instance, became a source of much amusement. One particularly memorable incident involved a sudden surge of affection for turnips appearing across various profiles, resulting in a bewildering number of turnips being delivered to unsuspecting suitors. This led to an unexpected increase in turnip-based recipes and a newfound appreciation for the humble root vegetable. Another glitch produced a series of wildly inaccurate age estimates. A 60-year-old knight found himself paired with a gaggle of teenage girls, an encounter that ended with a hastily arranged fencing match and a rather bruised ego. This incident, while initially humiliating, inspired a surprisingly popular new fencing technique. The debate then shifted towards the future of medieval dating apps. There was a consensus that while the technology was rudimentary and the glitches frequent, the underlying concept held a certain charm. It was a novel way to connect with people, to transcend the rigid boundaries of medieval society, at least for a little while. Several suggestions emerged for improvements, many of them absurd. One suggestion involved incorporating a system of enchanted rings that would glow with increasing intensity, depending on the level of compatibility between two users. Another suggested the use of trained ravens to deliver encrypted messages, a proposal met with skepticism from the assembled scribes. Yet another, arguably the most absurd, proposed the development of a virtual jousting tournament, whereby prospective suitors could engage in simulated combat, judged by an algorithm based on both skill and chivalry, resulting in a complex system of points and rankings. Yet, despite the chaos, the glitches, the miscommunications, the burnt dinners, and the occasionally concussed suitors, there was a palpable sense of satisfaction among the group. They'd navigated a new and unpredictable world of romance, and they'd emerged slightly bruised, possibly wiser, and undoubtedly with many hilarious anecdotes to share. Their experience had taught them more about themselves and about the unpredictable nature of love than years of traditional courtship ever could. The lessons learned were perhaps less about specific dating strategies and more about the inherent unpredictability of life itself. They learned the value of embracing the chaos, the importance of laughter, the occasional necessity of a well-timed apology, and the surprising comfort found in shared awkwardness. The happily ever after, they agreed, wasn't a destination, but a journey filled with unexpected turns, delightful mishaps, and the occasional wonderfully roasted goose. And they all secretly hoped the potential for a second season of the Tournament of Love. After all, who could resist the allure of a medieval dating app that could transform a humble turnip into a symbol of unexpected romance? The possibilities, as they all knew, were as endless as the night sky, and just as delightfully unpredictable. The embers of the bonfire died down, casting long, dancing shadows that mimicked the flickering flames of 1,000 failed matches on a modern dating app. As the group dispersed, a quiet hum of conversation persisted, a low thrum of shared experience, much like the quiet hum of server farms powering the algorithms of today's digital courtship. Lady Beatrice, still sporting a faint smudge of blackberry jam near her ear, leaned against a weathered oak, her gaze drifting towards the star-dusted sky. "You know," she mused, her voice barely audible above the chirping crickets, despite the enchanted algorithms, the rogue fireworks, and the alarmingly high number of concussed suitors, it all feels strangely familiar. Sir Reginald, ever the pragmatist, adjusted his slightly singed armor. "Familiar? How so, Beatrice?" "The desperation, Reginald," she replied, a wry smile playing on her lips. "The endless swiping, the agonizing wait for a response, the sheer volume of disappointing matches. It's the same, isn't it? Whether it's a quill pen and parchment, or a touch screen and a Wi-Fi signal, the quest for love remains an exercise in frustrating perseverance." Giles, the blacksmith, nodded in agreement, his soot-stained fingers tracing patterns on a nearby rock. "Aye, Lady Beatrice speaks truth. Back then, it was jousting tournaments and falconry boasts. Now, it's flexing your biceps in selfies and showcasing your avocado toast-making skills. The vanity remains. The desperation remains. The disappointing results, well, they remain as well." Agnes, the herbalist, chimed in, her voice gentle yet firm. "The difference lies in the scale. In our time, the disappointments were localized. A disastrous date meant a burnt supper or a broken lance. Now, a single bad date can reach a global audience. One bad review can ruin your chances. The pressure, I imagine, is exponentially greater. Their conversation sparked a lively debate. The medieval dating app, with all its anachronistic glitches and enchanted algorithms, served as a peculiar lens through which to examine the modern dating landscape. The exaggerated claims of medieval profiles, prowess in dragon slaying, mastery of obscure languages, and suspiciously extensive knowledge of rare herbs, found a bizarre echo in the carefully curated profiles of modern online dating. The carefully crafted selfies, the embellished lists of hobbies, the often misleading descriptions of personality, all were variations on the same ancient theme of self-promotion in the pursuit of romance. The tournament of love, with its chaotic blend of chance and skill, mirrored the arbitrary nature of modern online dating. The algorithms, both medieval and modern, worked in mysterious ways, throwing together unlikely pairings, generating unexpected connections, and fostering moments of hilarious incompatibility. The difference, perhaps, lay in the speed at which these connections were formed and dissolved. Medieval romances, however disastrous, unfolded at a slower pace. Modern relationships, born on the digital battlefield, could ignite and burn out with alarming swiftness. They discussed the role of social pressure, then and now. In the Middle Ages, societal expectations dictated the parameters of acceptable courtship. Now, societal expectations, amplified and distorted by social media, created a pressure cooker environment where every relationship update was a public performance. The anxieties, the fears of rejection, the constant need for validation, these were universal experiences, transcending centuries. Sir Reginald, ever the strategic thinker, proposed a thought experiment. Imagine, if you will, a modern dating app designed with the sensibilities of the medieval period. No selfies, no carefully crafted bios, just a list of skills and virtues. Proficient in swordsmanship, excellent cook, can identify 12 different types of poisonous mushrooms. What would that look like? The group erupted in laughter, imagining the chaos, the sheer volume of misinformation, the potential for misinterpretations, the inevitable misunderstandings. It would be a dating app of epic proportions. Agnes suggested a profile section for demonic possessions, yes, no. Giles envisioned an elaborate ranking system based on blacksmithing skills. Lady Beatrice, ever practical, emphasized the need for a robust verification system, a mechanism to ensure that claims of dragon slaying weren't merely figments of the imagination. They even considered a compatibility algorithm based on astrological signs, a concept they unanimously dismissed as too unpredictable, even for their standards. The discussion continued late into the night. They explored the evolution of communication, from handwritten letters to instant messages, from courtly dances to virtual reality dates. They reflected on the constant struggle between presenting an idealized version of oneself and revealing one's true, flawed self. They noted the universality of longing, of the desire for connection, for companionship, for someone to share a roasted goose with, whether in a medieval castle or a modern apartment. As dawn broke, painting the eastern sky with hues of pink and gold, the group dispersed, leaving behind the remnants of their campfire. They carried with them a shared understanding, a deeper appreciation for the absurdity of the human quest for love, a recognition that the search, whether conducted in the age of chivalry or the age of the internet, was a journey fraught with pitfalls, surprises, and the occasional wonderfully unexpected turnip. And as they went their separate ways, they couldn't help but wonder, what would a medieval dating app look like in a fully modernized version? Would it have a sophisticated algorithm that accounts for astrological compatibility, blood type, and the ability to correctly identify a falcon from a hawk? Would it have a feature to report users who exaggerate their dragon-slaying skills? Would there be a virtual jousting tournament where users could compete for points and bragging rights, all while wearing a headset and wielding a virtual lance? The thought was both ludicrous and strangely compelling. The parallels they realized were undeniable. The fundamental human desire for connection remains unchanged. The methods of pursuit, however, evolve along with technology, but the underlying comedy, the inherent awkwardness, the persistent hope that remains a timeless constant, a universal truth woven into the fabric of the human experience, a truth as old as time itself and as hilarious as a knight mistaking a turnip for a love token. The pursuit of love, whether medieval or modern, is a never-ending adventure, a journey as unpredictable and as captivating as the human heart itself. And it's a journey worth documenting, laughing at, and perhaps even learning from. The happily ever after, they agreed, wasn't a destination, but a journey, one that even with the use of modern-day technology may not always get you what you want, but may make for a good laugh. Perhaps a second season of the Tournament of Love would be in order. After all, the possibilities were as endless as the night sky, and just as delightfully unpredictable.